Hi, I'm Michael Gilbert, a local attorney, and what you're about to watch is pretrial. Now, pretrial is the third court event in the process towards resolving a criminal case. The first was first appearance, the next was arraignment. Now we have pretrial to determine if the case is ready to proceed to docket day and potentially trial, or if it can't be worked out through plea or even dismissed. At pretrial, though, facts are not as important as they are in other hearings. In this case, it's procedural. The judge is going to bring in their entire docket to make sure that the attorneys are doing what they need to do to get the cases towards a just conclusion. Some of the cases you'll see are older, some are newer. On the older ones, you may see some tension as the judges are trying to make sure the cases are moving forward, but the stakes are getting high. So that's what pretrial is. Let's go see what happens.
Positive for COVID. He's not positive for COVID anymore, but we had him go back downstairs. He's got a very bad wet cough. I'm going to instruct him to go present himself to either the community mental health, or not mental health, community health service. I'm not sure where it is in Okaloosa or which facility it is, or to urgent care. I don't want to get into what I think it might be, but I'm going to go ahead and continue his case. I need to get him into the office. I've advised him that he can appear just by phone.
No objection.
You can appear by phone
at my office.
For your office. Okay.
Yes, sir, just so that I can go over his case with him and get us moving along.
Okay, and so what do you want to put it on today?
Let's go ahead and put it on the June docket, Judge. Let's continue.
All right, June 26, 1:30. I know, I just. I'm just trying to make sure I'm not missing anything that could be, a monkey wrench for us to get through a docket. All right. Anything else, Mr. Williams?
Judge, I've got something that I can call. It would normally be Ms. Rivers' turn, but let me go ahead and start.
Whatever we can do to get people out of here quickly, if they're agreed upon continuances, let's get them moving.
Yes.
That way we can have enough seats for everybody.
Yes, sir. Lorenzo Murphy.
Lorenzo Murphy is present.
And these are all 626, Judge.
Okay. Any objection from the state?
No objection.
All right, June 26th at 1:30. We'll see you in the afternoon.
1:30?
1:30, yes, sir.
I'll be there. Thank you.
Nathan Neighbors.
Mr. Neighbors, we have some for June 26th as well.
Yes, sir.
No objection.
All right, Mr. Neighbors, any objection to that?
No, sir.
Okay, June 26th at 1:30.
Give it to the office. Yeah, just call up over there and give it to them. Let's see, it's going to be Gil McGee.
Gil McGee. All right, Mr. McGee's here, 19 CF 3105. Y'all are agreeing to continue this to June?
No objection.
That's correct, Judge.
This is a 2019 case?
Judge, somehow or another, we apparently didn't get involved with it. I've actually got on Gil McGee Jr., 19 CF 3105, but I've got an arraignment date of 3/30 on it. Now, why it's
It's from 2019.
that long, I don't
He was either
know.
incarcerated somewhere else during that time or on FTA side.
As long as there's a reason for it, that's all I'm trying to figure out, is why I got set off this long. All right, June 26, 1:30.
Thank you, Judge. See you then now. Make an appointment, come in and see me, okay? All right, Daniel Lawson, 22 CF 2898.
All right, Mr. Lawson, do you have an objection to continuing your case that's been discussed?
No, sir.
No objection for the sake.
All right, June 26 at 1:30. That way you won't be here all morning again.
Thank you.
All right.
Doremus Holden. Mr. Holden, be sure you come by my office. Judge, I'm sorry, that's going to be case number 2318, defense continuance.
All right, what's the name?
Doremus, Dareemius, last name Holden, Holden.
Oh, what's your first name? All right, any objection from the
No
state?
objection, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Holden, you're going to go to June 26th at 1:30. Are you okay with that? Yes? Okay.
All righty, sir.
You have next, Mr. Williams.
Stacy M. Johnson, 22 CF 3001.
All right, Stacy Johnson, is that you, ma'am? Okay, Ms. Johnson, you're asking for a continuance to 6/26, Mr.
That's
Williams?
correct, Judge.
You object to that, Ms.
No
Ms.
objection.
Johnson? Ms. Johnson, you have any objection to that? Okay. June 26 at 1:30.
I'm going to have to spell the first name. I think it's Manaya is how it's pronounced, but it's ManyeiJah, last name Jones. It's going to be 23 CF 144.
All right, Ms. Jones? Yes, sir. Okay. Ms. Jones, they're asking for a continuance on your case. Looks like you're probably the first time up, maybe?
It is, Judge. Several of these have been first time up.
Okay. All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right. 6/26, June 26 at 1:30. Make sure you get your paper and meet with your lawyer ahead of your next court date.
Joshua Johnson. Oh, there he is.
Snuck up
Okay.
on you.
Judge, defense continuance on this as well.
All right.
No
I don't
objection.
see him under your name. Maybe I'm missing it. Here we are. Got it. All right. Any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Johnson, objection to the continuance? All right, June 26, 1:30.
Make an appointment, come by and see me, okay? You can do it by phone. Sierra McDonald, 21 CF 2972. This may be with Ms. Fossa.
Seeking a continuance, sir?
I am.
There's no objection, but if you do need to have any depositions done, please get me some dates.
I sure will.
Okay. Do we have the defendant here?
Judge, she was here earlier. I met with her earlier today before we took the lunch break.
All right, but if she's not here, I can't tell her what day to come back.
Judge, we can pass her, and I'll recall
Just
her.
recall it just to make sure she gets her court date, otherwise.
I will, Judge. Casey Johnson, 22 CF 1485. Oh, okay, we've got Miss McDonald here, Judge.
Okay.
If we can recall Sierra McDonald, 21 CF 2972.
All right, Ms. McDonald, we had called your case, but I guess you were in the hallway, but I just wanted to make sure you got your new court date, so that's why we asked to bring it back.
Okay.
All right, so it's going to be June 26th at 1:30, so that'll be in the afternoon.
Okay.
All right, make sure you stay in touch with Mr. Williams. Do you have any questions or concerns about that?
No, sir.
All right, we'll see you back next time.
Judge, actually, these last two, let me call their names and try to meet them
Sure.
outside real quick.
All right, the next two names come in with Mr. Williams.
Yes, ma'am, I am. Casey Johnson, Ms. Johnson, and Nicole Miles. Ms. Miles, meet me outside.
All right. Is that all for you, Mr. Williams, as far as the agreed-upon continuances?
For right now,
For
yes,
now,
sir, Judge. I
okay.
may have some more. In fact, I know I've got at least, well, I think we can do one of them. I've got one of them with either Ms. Fossa or Ms. Brickman. I think it's Ms. Brickman. And that's Jason Kuntz, Kuntz, 4622 CF 2066 and 22 CF 2067. We've got depositions scheduled on these coming up, but I don't think it's going to be before the May
That's correct. No
trial
objection.
date.
All right. Any objection to that, sir? All right, June 26, 1:30.
I'll get in touch with you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Russell, are you up next? Whatever we can do to get some more people out of here.
They're not continuing, but they're brief. One's a waiver, and the other one's was going to set for trial, but the state's going to object. Larry Miller,
I'm going to object to a trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Just want to make sure I heard that right.
page 105 of your docket, judge number 261. Larry Jack Miller, case number 20 CF 2060. Charles Russell, public defenders for Mr. Miller, who's present.
All right, and what are you asking for on that?
And Judge, at this time, we were going to announce ready for trial. We had recently listed a new witness Friday.
You have?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Your Honor, that's based on that, the state would object to going to trial this cycle. We do not believe, based on our schedule, that we're going to be able to get up with that witness and get a deposition taken in time for the trial, and that would be important to us.
Okay. And this is a 2020 case?
Yes, sir. He had two cases. We've tried one. This is the second one.
Okay. I'm assuming there's not a speedy trial issue?
No, sir. It's been waived several times over.
Okay. All right. Well, I've got to certainly give them time to be able to talk to a witness who hadn't been discovered for nearly 3 years.
Understood, Judge.
So I'm going to allow for, are you asking for a continuance then?
Yes, Your Honor, based on that.
Okay. I suggest that's last continuance for both sides. Let's get that deposition done and be ready for the next trial cycle.
And all we ask is if there's any other witnesses that Mr. Miller might be aware of, that be shared with his counsel so that we have time to do that before the next cycle.
We'll nail that down, Judge.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Miller, if you've got any other witnesses, you better give them to Mr. Russell, because I can't say what the court may do, because it's a different judge that'll be on here the next time. But if you're not providing them, they might be, prevented from testifying, so you need to get that done. All right, 6/26, June 26th at 1:30.
Thank you.
And Judge, if you'll go to the next page at the top, Robert Strauss, number 262. We had filed a waiver of appearance on him. Judge, there's a deposition of an out-of-state witness that the state had recently added. We were trying to set that deposition, but we haven't been successful yet, so we're going to ask for continuance so we can depose that out-of-state
You'll have to
witness.
travel for that, or is that going to be by Zoom?
We're going to try to do it by phone or Zoom.
Okay.
Without objection, Your Honor.
All right, June 26, 1:30.
And that's all my out-of-custody, Judge.
Okay.
These ones are for Joe.
Just these?
Just these two.
Okay. All right, I'm going to bring up these cases. It sounds like there's an agreed-upon continuance for each of you. I'm just going to call you all up, announce your case numbers, and then move you all just to get going as fast as we can. If there's any objection, I'll hear it. Christopher Cole. Christopher Cole's here in 23 CF 187. Stephen Creech.
He's an inmate, Your
He's
Honor.
an inmate. Was it Cutter Ford?
Cutter, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Cutter Ford. All right, Mr. Cole, do you have any objection your case be continued to June 26th at 1:30? Stated have any objection?
No objection.
All right, 6:26 at 1:30. All right, is this Mr. Ford? Next after that's going to be Jeremy Ford. All right, your name, sir? All right. Jeremy Ford's here in 22 CF 3188. It's agreed upon continuance to June 26. Any objection, state?
No objection.
Mr. Ford, are you okay with that?
Yes, sir.
All right, June 26th at 1:30. Cutter Ford,
Mr. Cutterford's right here. Come on up, Cutter. Mr. Grice is also with him, Judge. I believe he's also on that list. They're blood relatives.
okay. All right. Cutter Ford, 22 CF 1928. Any objection to the
No
continuance to June 26th? Mr. Ford, do you have any objection?
Your Honor,
I got you. All right. Any issues with that, Mr. Gibbs? You have any
I don't have any
motions to file?
issues continuing. He's got to have an evaluation done
Okay.
by APD.
That's why I just wanted to make sure if that was something y'all had to do. Let's get that done.
they're going to read the schedule.
Okay, June 26th at 1:30. While you're up here, it's Jacob Grice, is that right? All right, you're here in 22 CF 3177. It looks like they've agreed to continue to June 26th at 1:30. Is that okay with you? All right, stay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, June 26th at 1:30. Make sure you're back on that date. I also have a Caleb Good.
Goad.
Goad?
G-O-A-D, Mr. Goad. He's present approaching, Judge.
All right, Mr. Goad's here in 23 CF 240. Mr. Goad, they've been asking for a continuance till June 26th at 1:30. Any objection from the state?
Your Honor.
All right, any objection from you, Mr. Goad?
So what we'll try to do is see, I'll have to file that motion so we can try to change contact, okay? Unfortunately, not today because we don't have any information.
I think the next one we have is Bradley Standard.
Yeah, you're free to go now. Get down. Give my office a call. We'll give you that date, okay?
Okay, so he had no objection. Mr. Goad's been put to 6:26 at 1:30. Your name, sir?
Bradley Standard.
Bradley Standard. Mr. Standard, you're in 21 CF 3108. Why are we continuing a 21 case?
Judge, we're having to reset depositions on several state troopers. It's a vehicular manslaughter case, Judge.
Okay. All right. Without objection, okay. So that'll be June 26th at 1:30. Let's see if we can get them in. I know it's a serious case, but that
Yes.
doesn't mean we can't get it done fast.
Thank
All
you,
right. Anything else for Mr. Standard?
Not for Mr. Standard, Judge.
All right.
Did you have Miss Jessica Duval earlier?
We did her earlier.
Oh, we'd already continued her case? Okay.
So the check marks, what are
They
those?
were on.
Oh, we didn't
We
do
already
her.
did those, so we've handled everyone on that
And
list.
then
So much for keeping up with my own docket. All right, I'm going to go through these. Again, these are people who are listed as an agreed-upon continuance, so we're going to try to move through them pretty quickly. They're going to announce for June 26th at 1:30. Make sure everyone knows what their court date is, and make sure that you stay in touch with your attorney in the meantime before that date. All right, William Oglesby,
he's an inmate.
inmate. Charles Owen, okay. That's 21 CF 2984. State have an objection to that continuance? Okay. 626 130. Victoria Palmer. We have Ms. Palmer.
Your Honor, she's probably out in the lobby, but she has been here all day.
One of the best things they built in our new courthouse in Santa Rosa County is there's conference rooms there, there's an intercom, and we just,
I've been hearing
Still
that
trying to
today
get
for-
over there.
It sounds like the dependency court this morning.
okay. So we've got that in my courtroom over there, but it'd be nice to be able to have it for just the hallway in general. All right, did we find Ms. Palmer?
I don't see her yet, Your Honor.
All right, let's get past Ms. Palmer. If she comes in, we'll call her case. Nathaniel Parker
Your Honor, I did a waiver of appearance. He's in his county.
in the county jail?
Yes.
Okay. Any objection, Ms. Police? Okay, so it's going to be a 23 CF 206. It's going to be continued to June 26th at 1:30. James Phelan?
Your Honor, he's an inmate.
Okay. Any objection? All right. Okay. June 26th at 1:30. Pablo, is it Portugal?
Inmate.
Any objection to continuing his cases? June 26th at 1:30. Is it Derek Reese?
Drink Reese, inmate.
Okay, any objection to continuing Mr. Reese?
No objection.
All right, 6/26 at 1:30. Marlon Reynolds.
Your Honor, he's in federal custody. No objection. Oh, is he?
Y'all need to see him?
Usually they're in Santa Rosa.
Y'all need to see him while he's here? You might not get another chance.
Absolutely.
I signed an order to have a federal inmate sent over. They pretty much laughed at me. So.
He just changed, he's not here.
Right, right.
I'll be in federal custody at the jail. All right, June 26th at 1:30. Devin Robbins.
Your Honor, he is here right there.
All right. Oh,
No objection.
all right. No objection, Mr. Robbins. Do you have any concerns of putting it on June 26th at 1:30? I can put you at 9. Nah, I just don't want you to spend all that time over here. All right, June 26th at 1:30. Thank you, sir. All right, Samuel Roberts.
Your Honor, he's an inmate.
All right, Samuel Roberts.
But I do, if we could, Marty, have him
Okay.
go out. I do want to.
Okay. All right, looks like I've got one that the state objects to. Next one is Luis Rosales.
We filed a waiver, Your Honor.
Okay,
We're just waiting on the lab result from that.
No objection.
all right. June 26th at 1:30 from Mr. Rosales. Gotta mark what we still got left. All right, Darren Rose. Am I going too fast for y'all? You got it? All right, Darren Rose. Is it your case, Ms. Rivers? Okay. I was like, don't leave me.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Rose, do you have any objection the case be continued to June 26th? It looks like you're a 23 case, so you're pretty new. Any objection to that?
No, sir.
All right, June 26th at 1:30.
1:30.
All right, do we need a waiver on him? Okay, I just didn't know, as far as a speedy trial.
You're verbally waiving speech.
Okay. All right, Mr. Rose, do you understand that you'd be giving up your right to a speedy trial by accepting or asking for the continuance here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, June 26th at 1:30. Stay in touch with your lawyer.
If you have any trouble.
That's Samuel Roberts. This is Samuel Roberts, 22 CF 2997.
All right,
Rivers.
we had an issue that I was going to have the court address, but I think I've resolved it. If I
Can
can
you
have
just speak with him? Ms. Rivers.
And Your Honor, based on my discussion with him, we are going to ask for a continuance at this time.
Okay, Mr. Roberts, you have any concern with continuing the case to June 26th at 1:30?
They can get the longer.
Well, we're going to do a file waivers
Oh, yeah,
for
no,
next
he said
time.
that's gonna be-
Okay.
No, that's fine.
All right. So June 26th at 1:30. Did we ever find Ms. Palmer? I just don't want to forget her off of that list. All right, thank you, sir. All right, I'm having trouble reading this one. David Seffens? Okay. Your pen kind of went out mid-N. It kind of looks like an R and an I. It's okay, it was the pen's fault. It wasn't yours, Ms. Rivers. All right, Mr. Seffens, you're here in 23 CF 308. Your attorney's asking for a continuance to June 26th. Any objection from the state?
No objection.
All right, Mr. Seffens, do you have any objection to that? You understand you have to waive your right to a speedy trial for that, because this is a brand-new case, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Seffens, we'll see you back June 26, 1:30.
Just get with me, okay?
Make sure you contact your lawyer. All right, Robert Self. Mr. Self. Any chance he's in the hallway? Have you seen him today, Miss Rivers? He's not in custody, I'm assuming. Ms. Gleason.
They would ask for a KPS with no bond, Your Honor.
All right, KPS, no bond. Obviously, if you find him in the hallway or whatever, Ms. Rivers, bring him back.
Yes, sir.
All right, John Schaffner? Schaffner, that is an O, okay.
Yes. And he is present. Last time I saw him, he was in the hallway.
He's getting there.
Yeah, there's a few enough seats now.
Mr. Schaffner?
Right. All right, Mr. Schaffner, your attorney is asking for a continuance to the June 26th date. Do you have any objection to that? All right.
No objection
This
from
is
the
a
state.
23 case. You understand that'd be waiving your right to a speedy trial, sir? Okay. All right, June 26th at 1:30. Thank you. All right, Monica Simmons.
She's in custody, Your Honor. If we could have that one put on 5-1, that's when you wanted it, 5-1.
Okay, is that for her plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We
No.
don't need her. May 1st, 9 o'clock for a plea. That's 19 CF 1523, 20 CF 1854. Patrick Smith.
Your Honor, he's an inmate.
All right.
Smith.
Patrick Smith, any objection to the continuance? All right, we're going to need a waiver from him. That's 23 CF 439, 23 CF 705. That'll be June 26th at 1:30. Andrew Stokes. We have Andrew Stokes present. Just for everyone who came in from the hallway, we just want you inside because we're trying to get through a lot of these cases quickly, so if your name gets called, you might be out of here in the next couple of minutes. So better than hanging out in the hallway waiting. All right, did we get Andrew Stokes anywhere?
Your Honor, he might be in the Escambia County Jail. We'll check real quick.
Okay. Okay. Once y'all get that information, if you could tell me, that way we can determine if we need that or not. I mean, do we want a KPS to make sure he gets back here anyway?
Yeah. There's no way to know.
Okay. All right. I'm going to do a KPS no bond. If you do find out, tell us just so we have that for our information, but we want him to get back here at some point anyway.
I'm saying he's not in this game.
Okay, well,
The state would ask for a KPS, no bond.
all right. Let me just make sure. Andrew Stokes didn't just walk? Okay, a couple guys just walked in, just want to make sure. All right, Lonnie Strahan.
He's in custody, Your Honor, and we did file a waiver of his appearance.
Okay. Any objection to the continuance, Ms. Glisson? All right. 6:26 at 1:30. All right, Tamika Tassin. Okay, Ms. Tassin, you are here in 22 CF 2628. I believe your attorney's asking for a continuance to June 26th at 1:30. Do you object to that? No, Ms. Gleason? All right, I'm sorry, June 26th at 1:30. I think after saying it 25 times in a row, I have it right.
Yeah.
Anything, Ms. Rivers? Okay, June 26th, 1:30.
I will
Aaron Taylor.
try to contact him.
All right, Mr. Taylor, you're here in 23 CF 207, 23 CF 535. Your attorney's asking for a continuance in this case. Do you have any objection to that?
No, sir.
Okay, Ms. Glisson. All right, Mr. Taylor, you understand you'd be waiving your right to a speedy trial by asking for that continuance?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. All right, speedy is waived. We'll see you back June 26th at 1:30.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. All right. James, is it Tedder?
Yes, Your Honor. I know he's here.
Okay, 23 CF 358. Mr. Tedder, your attorney's asking for a continuance to that June 26th date. Do you have any objection to that? No? Ms. Glisson? All right, June 26, 1:30. Mr. Tedder, you understand that waives your right to a speedy trial? Okay. All right, and most of these are first time up. So
Yes.
I think it looks like Tejo. I can't read the
Yes,
first name.
Vanessa Tejo.
Vanessa.
And, Your Honor, she had to go pick up her kids back as soon as she was dropping them off.
Okay.
She got
If we could
chipped in
recall it
while
just
she
to
was
give her
here.
her court date.
Yep.
All right. Paul, is it
Treaster.
Treaster? All right, Mr. Treaster, you're here in 23 CF 302. Do you have any concerns with an continuance to June 26th? All right.
No objection.
All right, June 26th at 1:30. Mr. Treaster, you'd be waiving your right to a speedy trial by asking for that continuance. You understand that? Okay. All right. Antonio Tyus? Are you Mr. Tyus? All right, Mr. Tyus, you're here in 23 CF 214. Your attorney's asking for a continuance of June 26th. Do you have any objection to that?
No, Your
No
Honor.
objection.
Okay, June 26th at 1:30. You understand that waives your right to a speedy trial?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Make sure you stay in touch with your lawyer.
Will do. Thank you,
All
sir.
right, thank you. Have a good day. All right, William Walker. Mr. Walker is approaching. He's in 23 CF 351. Looks like a first time up for him as well. Mr. Walker, do you have an objection to a continuance to June 26th at 1:30? No? Okay.
No objection.
All right, June 26th, 1:30 for Mr. Walker. Mr. Walker, that will waive your speedy trial. Do you understand that? All right. All right. David Warner?
David Warren.
Warren?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it Warren? Yes, sir. Okay. I'm just reading the list as I see it. 22 CF 3172. Mr. Warner, do you object to a continue? Warren?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
W-A-R-R-E-N.
Warren. I'm going to write it there so I get it right the next
No
time.
objection from the state.
All right. Mr. Warren, it's going to be June 26th at 1:30. Thank you, sir. Sorry about the mix-up. All right. When you got a last name like me, it happens with
Yeah.
Earl Watson. All right. Are you Mr. Watson? Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Watson, you're here in 23 CF 344. Do you have an objection to a continuance to June 26th at 1:30? All right. You understand that waives your right to a speedy trial? Okay. June 26th, 1:30. Thank you, sir. Make sure you stay in touch with your lawyer. All right. Alvin Williams. All right, Mr. Williams is coming up from the back, 23 CF 472. Mr. Williams, do you have any objection to a continuance to June 26th? All right,
No
Ms.
objection.
Glisson. All right, June 26th at 1:30, Mr. Williams, since it's the first time up, that's going to waive your right to a speedy trial. Do you understand that?
Waiving your right
You
to
understand
speedy
it'll waive your
trial.
right to a speedy trial? Okay. All right, June 26th, 1:30. Tiffany Williams? Tiffany Williams. Guess we don't have Miss Williams. Have you seen her, Miss Rivers?
Came in for office appointment, but I haven't seen her today.
So that's for Casey, no bond.
All right, Capias, no bond. If she appears later, just call her case back up, Miss Rivers. Jeffrey Willis.
Your Honor, he's in custody.
Okay. Any objection to the continuance? Ms.
Objection.
All right. That's on 22 CF 1565.
No, it's yours.
Willis. Oh, this one?
There's two different Willis, I think.
Oh, okay. No objection.
Willi. It's the plural for that. All right. Joshua Willis. All right. Are you Joshua Willis? All right. 22 CF 154. Do you have an objection to a continuance? All right. All right. June 26th at 1:30. Stay in touch with your lawyer, Mr. Willis. All right. Terry Young.
Custody. He's in custody, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, that's what?
He's in custody.
Okay. That's a 21 case. What's going on with that one?
Recently got the case.
Okay. All right. June 26th at 1:30. Have you talked to him?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we got everybody on that page. All right. Anything else uncontested or agreed upon, Mr.
I have a few other continuances, Judge, to Monday, if I could. Judge, I'll do out of custody first, Judge. Out of custody, I have, well, gone through a lot of folks already, it looks like. Dante Corey. Dante Corey. Judge, I'm not seeing any response from the courtroom. We did get a call this morning from several clients that they had gotten a letter about court apparently being by Zoom today, but I'm not sure if Mr. Corey received that particular correspondence.
Zoom had been on all morning when everyone was told to be here, so in fact, I should probably turn it back on. I think I told Ms. Flowers she could be here by Zoom if need be.
I don't see any response from the courtroom.
I'll ask for a KPS no bond, Your Honor.
All right, granted. That was to Dante Corey.
Yes, Judge. Actually, backtracking a little bit, Judge, I have a Ronald Collins. Ronald Collins. Your Honor, Mr. Collins is present and approaching. Judge, we'd like to leave this set, these two case numbers, 22 CF 2265, 22 CF 2266. We'd like to leave this set for docket day Monday, May 1st. I think by then we can have it resolved.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, what are we going to do if we don't have it resolved?
It'll be a continuance, Judge. Plea or continue.
So plea or continue?
Yeah.
That's fine, Your Honor.
All right, any issue with that, Mr. Collins?
No, sir.
Okay, May 1st, 9 a.m.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, next I have Candy Corsi. This is a plea, Judge.
All right, I've got 22 CF 2078.
That's correct, Judge.
Have a written plea for me, Mr. Gibbs?
Written plea, and approach.
Yes, sir.
Should attach no objection.
Okay. All right, Ms. Corsi, can you raise your right hand? Oh, yeah, wave with this hand, swear with this one. All right, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're here in 22 CF 2078, charges of 2 counts battery on law enforcement, third-degree felonies, punishable by 5 years and $5,000. Resisting with violence, same thing, 5 years, $5,000. And the trespass, second-degree misdemeanor, maximum 60 days, $500. I've got a plea and sentencing agreement here. Have you gone over that with Mr. Gibbs? All right, did he answer all your questions about
Yes,
that?
sir.
All right, did you want to enter this plea as you've signed?
Yeah, it's not what he just said, though, right?
He hasn't said the sentence yet, but it's
Oh.
the 36 months probation.
No, I just have to make sure you understand the maximums, okay?
Ugh, gave me a heart attack.
All right, no, those are just the maximums. It calls for 36 months of probation, that's what you're expecting?
Right,
Okay.
yes.
All right, so I have to ask you a few questions before I can accept your plea. Number one, are you currently under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, controlled substances, or prescription medications that could impair your ability to make that decision today?
No, sir.
Any mental health issues or concerns that could impair your ability to make that decision today?
Take medication, but
Okay. Do you feel like you're your normal you
Oh,
and
I'm
can make
myself.
decisions
Yeah,
today?
I'm
Okay, thumbs up from Ms.
Hunky
Corsi.
dory.
All right. Have you had enough time to speak with Mr. Gibbs, your attorney?
yes, sir, I
And
have.
has he answered all of your questions?
Yes, sir, he has.
And are you satisfied with his advice and representation?
Correct?
Do you feel as if anyone has forced, pressured, or threatened you in any way to enter this plea?
No, sir.
Has anyone promised you anything in return for the plea?
No, sir.
Do you understand that by entering a plea, you're giving up your right to a trial and all your trial rights?
Yes, sir.
So the state won't have to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt because you're accepting a plea. You understand that? Right. Okay. All right. And did you have any questions about your trial rights that you'd be waiving, calling witnesses on your own behalf, testifying on your own behalf, and remaining silent, confronting and cross-examining witnesses, that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay. You understand
good.
you're waiving all your potential
Yes, I
defenses that you may
understand.
have? All right. And what is your plea?
He's just going to make sure. He's just, yeah.
What is your plea?
Uh-huh.
No
Oh.
contest?
Did you want to plead no
What do you-
contest?
whatever.
Did you
Yeah,
want-
that thing, yeah.
Okay, that's
No
what I
contest.
asked.
No contest.
All right.
Yeah.
You nervous?
Oh, of course. I'm
Okay.
always nervous in front of
Just-
a judge or cops.
You're just getting a little laughy right now, so I just want to make sure you're just nervous.
Yeah. I'm
Okay,
fine.
that's fine. Just want to
I
make
am
sure you're
nervous.
okay. All right, so do you understand that by entering a nolo contendere plea, you could still be deported if you're not an American citizen?
Okay.
If you're not a U.S.
All right.
If you're not a U.S. citizen, yeah, we can't kick
I
people out if
understand
they're
that.
citizens.
Yeah. That's good.
Okay. All right. I'm going to accept your nolo contendere plea as freely, voluntarily, knowingly given. On counts 1 through 3, those are the felony counts. It's going to be a withhold of adjudication, 36 months probation with the Department of Corrections, $100 cost of prosecution, $767 in court costs, $150 PD fee. I'm going to order restitution, but a reserve as to the amount of that. No trespassing at the Walmart. Mental health evaluation with recommended follow-up treatment. Sounds like you're already doing some stuff like that.
She's in
That's good.
counseling currently, Judge.
Perfect. Count 4 is just going to be time served. You understand that? Okay, and that's a withhold as well.
Because she has been found indigent, Judge, we would request to waive costs of supervision.
Waive costs of supervision for Ms. Corsi. Probation will be concurrent across the 3 counts. Yep. Okay, thank you. I don't think I need fingerprints. Oh, no, on the bat, Leo, do I need fingerprints?
It's a withhold, so no fingerprints.
All right. Anything else from Ms. Corsi?
I don't have anything,
I
Judge.
think
Thank
that's
you.
everything. So, ma'am, you've got 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court. State, this was guideline sentence. All right.
So you'll just meet with probation, okay?
All right. What else do we have, Mr. Gibbs?
Next, Judge, I have a Charles Currington. This is also a written plea.
So are we out of agreed upon continuing?
Well, I'll skip ahead then. First, Judge, I have Anthony De La Hoz.
So if you just take a quick seat, we'll call you up. I just want to get as many people out as quickly as we can if they're just going to be continuing. Well, you got to talk to your lawyer, sir.
Got Anthony De La Hoz, Judge. We'd also like to leave this set for docket day without subpoenas. Plea or continue.
I'm sorry, this was who?
Anthony De La Hoz, 22 CF 1704.
All right. Any objection to that?
No objection.
All right. Did you say 6:26?
5-1.
5-1. You want Monday?
Monday without
All
subpoenas,
right,
Judge.
all right. Monday without subpoenas, May 1st, 9 o'clock for that. All right, that's a
Let's
week
see if we
from
get those
today.
statements. Next, Judge, I have Dallas Dodd. Judge, I think at this point we need to announce ready for trial, plea or trial, Monday, May 1st.
Okay, who is the state on Dodd?
State is ready?
State's ready for trial? All right.
Yep.
Monday, May 1st at 9 o'clock for docket day. Do you want to come back the 8th or the 15th for trial? Or do y'all decide that on the 1st?
We can decide that on docket day.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's easily decidable on docket
Okay,
day.
all right. May 1st, then you're going to have trial either May 8th or 15th that week, so just make sure you stay in touch with them. They'll talk to you about that more on Monday.
Judge, other folks that are in the courtroom, Judge, I have Brittany Eveland. We'd also like to leave this set for docket day without subpoenas, Judge. Clerk for a plea or continue. Ms. Eveland is present, 23 CF 164.
Ms. Stevens, you'll be back May 1st at 9 a.m. That's a week from today for plea or continuance. State have any issue with that?
No, Your Honor, that's good.
All right, May 1st, 9 a.m. Stay in touch with Mr. Gibbs until then.
Another short one, Judge, for out of custody, I have James Green.
James Green?
He's present, Judge, 21 CF 2552. This is a PTI recall. The only outstanding requirement that he had, Judge, was to complete substance abuse evaluation and treatment. He's now since completed that. I didn't know if the state had an
So
announcement.
yes, based on that, Your Honor, the state is going to dismiss the case against Mr. Green. He completed all the requirements.
All right, Mr. Green, any objection to a dismissal?
No, sir.
Okay. Sounds
You
good.
never know.
All right, case dismissed.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
That's all I have for out of custody beyond Mr. Currington, I believe.
All right, you just call him as you see him. I just want to get as many people out of here if they're just going to be agreed upon continuances.
If I could call Mr. Currington back.
All right, Mr. Currington.
Judge, this is also a written plea agreement. If I may approach. Score sheet attached as well.
All right, Mr. Currington, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, sir. All right, you're here in 22 CF 2262. Looks like current charges, criminal use of personal ID, 2 counts. Looks like those are going to be dismissed by the state. Is that right?
That is correct, Your Honor?
All right, and then count 3, we have theft. That's theft of a person over 65. That sounds like kidnapping.
It's
Theft
from
is with a 65-year-old victim. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so that's going to be a maximum incarceration of 5 years, $5,000 fine, but the plea calls for 90 days Okaloosa County Jail. All right. Is that what you want to do today, sir? Looks like you got credit for time served. Says you should have day-for-day credit.
Based on our estimates, Judge, he's got about 91 days, day for day.
Okay. Have you talked to the jail about it just to make sure?
It's based on a printout, Judge. I don't anticipate that he would actually need to go back, but if we need an estimate from the jail beforehand, we can do that.
I just don't want, how do y'all normally handle that? Just all right, do you guys want a minute to think about that?
If we could pass him for a minute, let me try to confirm.
Just to make sure if they can confirm that before I even just send you in there for an hour. It's not fun, right? Okay. All right, see if y'all can figure that one out.
I'll figure that out. Thank you, Judge. We'll pass him for now.
All right, can we figure out who we've got as far as people who are pro se? Who's here without a lawyer? Is it just one of you? Do you have a lawyer? That's not what I asked, though. That's not what I asked. Okay, your name, sir? Come on up. Oh, okay. Y'all kill me. Yeah. It's only 2:30. All right, let me see if I can find it. Not finding it. Do y'all have the number? Your name, sir?
Sixto Rivera, Your Honor.
Judge, he's on page 42.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Russell. So, Mr., is it Rivera?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor. Rivera.
All right.
Rivera,
So,
yes.
say again?
Well, I have 2 last names. It's the same, but this one
Well, what is it? I want to.
So it's my name is Sixto Omar Rivera Rivera.
Rivera Guerrera?
Rivera. 2 Rivera.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Your Honor.
Hey, well, you deserve. Everyone has a right to be called by their right
Just
name.
one is fine.
I just want to make sure I'm getting it right.
Just one is fine.
So, Rivera squared.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so Mr. Rivera, we have got you on 22 CF 1214. Is it just the one case?
No, Your Honor, it's also 22-1222.
That's on page 42, Judge.
And what did you want to do with your case today, Mr. Rivera?
Your Honor, I submitted this motion.
Okay,
last
well,
week.
you submit motions to the clerk.
Yes, I did.
Has it been filed already?
Yes, it's been filed in order to remove Christine Bussaw from the case due to moral misconduct.
More misconduct?
That is correct. For lying to the court, Your Honor.
Okay, well, you filed it?
I did file it.
Okay,
I've
did you?
seen a copy of that, I don't believe.
I did.
Look,
I did
hold
submit it.
on, hold on. It looks like it was filed on the 19th, Ms. Basso.
Your Honor.
You have a DCF case related to this?
There's a DCF case, I believe, and they told me they already
Hold on,
closed.
let me just stop it. So I take over the dependency division in Crestview next week. So the reason I'm telling you is you may appear in front of me for that, so you probably don't want to talk about those issues. I just wanted to make sure you knew that before you started doing that
Yes, Your Honor.
potentially. Are you represented in that case?
Right now, in this case, I'm representing myself on the
No,
family case.
in the dependency
In the
case.
family case, I'm being represented by an attorney,
By who?
by Susan Winterberger
Okay.
on the family, on the divorce.
Okay, I
proceeding.
got you. All right, just want to make sure.
And Your Honor, I do see where Ms. Land forwarded a copy of that to us.
Okay.
It does need to be set for a separate hearing date, though.
All right, so what we'll have to do, you filed a motion, a few days ago.
Yes,
It has to be set for a hearing.
that's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so when do we want to set that?
Your Honor, if you don't mind, it has been 350 days since my false arrest. And I
Okay.
said false arrest because the police told me I was the victim and
Well,
stated
just
the other person was
remember,
the
everything
aggressor.
you're saying is being recorded.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure you don't
Yes,
say anything
yes.
about the facts of your case that are
No,
going to
this
cause
is
you a
this is
problem.
this is the body cam footage. So the police told me I was the victim and stated
okay.
the other person was the aggressor. And it has been 350 days and nothing has been said, nothing has been done. All is continuance. I have tried to show the evidence, but Ms. Christine Bussaw has squashed that and hasn't
Okay,
allowed me to show the evidence.
Hold on. Have you asked for the case to be set for trial?
This case is supposed to be for trial and it was supposed to be for pre-trial back and
Well,
it was
This
changed to
is a
today.
pretrial.
And nothing. So I submitted this due to the false statement made by her, which resulted on a violation of Florida Statute 825-103, exploitation of an elderly person or disabled adult, which I am, a disabled veteran, 100% disabled veteran, due to the false statements that resulted in a theft of over $10,000.
Okay,
And that's why I'm submitting this motion.
okay, well,
Remove
you file a motion, but you have to set it for a hearing.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so we can talk about that today, but
Yes, sir.
otherwise, what are we going to do with the case? Are y'all ready for trial?
Your Honor, a motion to dismiss was filed, and that was denied on 2/28/23. At that time, the judge held a Feretta hearing. We believe it would be appropriate to hold one again before we actually go forward to trial with Mr. Rivera. Are we prepared to go to trial with that motion pending? I don't think we can do anything right now. I think we need to take care of
There's
the
a
motion
motion to
first.
dismiss pending as well?
And the
No,
motion
Your
to
Honor, that
dismiss
was Your Honor, that one was heard, and it was
wasn't.
actually denied, it was determined to be legally insufficient.
It wasn't her, Your Honor. Not even a bit of the evidence was played.
Hold on. See, you have to understand, and this is why it's sometimes important to have a lawyer who can explain these things to you, because I can't give you advice. But what I can explain to you is a motion to dismiss is not necessarily an evidentiary hearing. It's basically, I haven't seen your motion, but there's a lot of certain guidelines as to how, or requirements as to how a motion to dismiss has to be written up and filed.
Sir.
And so what it sounds like from Ms. Basso is the court, not me, but some other judge, found that it was not done
Correct.
with legal sufficiency. So I don't see the order here. I'm not sure when that was.
Your Honor, it was on
February 28th.
2/28.
Okay. I don't see an order, so it was just kind of an
Dismissed.
oral pronouncement that it was insufficient?
Yes, Your Honor. It was,
Okay.
Judge heard it that day, had reviewed the motion previously before coming to court and determined it to be legally insufficient.
Okay. So, again, I can't tell you what to do, if you can refile it or not, because I don't know enough about the case, and I can't see what the order says, because it wasn't done in writing, it was done on the record. So I don't have access to that, and I'm a temporary judge for one day, so I'm trying to do what I can.
Thank you.
But I would like to somehow get this set for some progress. But if you have the motion pending for, you're basically trying to remove, is it Ms. Basso, or is it?
So for,
Hold on, or is it her office in general?
I believe
Well-
it's just me personally, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So what's going to have to happen is you're going to have to set that for a hearing.
Yes, when I came home last week, I asked the clerk. They told me that once it got to the judge, I was going to be contacted in order to set the motion for
We can do that right now. We can set it.
Oh, yeah, we can set it right now.
Yeah,
whenever.
that's why I'm just trying to make sure you understand how it's going.
Yes, sir.
All right. What's our next miscellaneous date?
Your Honor, actually, I think he's requesting relief that the court doesn't even have the power to grant, frankly, but I wouldn't expect it to be more than maybe
Well, I haven't
half
reviewed
hour.
it, so I think, probably 30 minutes to 60 minutes, maybe.
That would be
It's
our
just
request.
If
to
it doesn't
to
sound-
show the evidence. It's just to
Okay.
show the body cam footage
Okay.
and the
well,
court recording
Okay, but camera footage of what?
So, on June 30th.
I don't want to, no,
No,
don't, just,
so-
just,
so,
no,
body cam footage-
no, sir, listen.
Body cam footage of what? You say it?
I don't need to know the exact facts and it's what date and what happened, but what are you alleging is hold on. Here's the big thing. If you're ready to talk so quickly, you're not listening. And I know that because that's how I am too, okay? So let's just slow down. If you file a motion saying she shouldn't be on the case, what is the body camera footage show that has anything to do with whether Ms. Basso should be on the case? If just because you disagree with the evidence doesn't mean you can move.
So, the body cam footage shows that Ms. Basso made false statements here in the court, resulting in this court order, which allowed the other party to go to my property and steal over $10,000 from me.
Okay.
So now, that body cam footage shows six body cam footages. 6 officers were at the property, and then Ms. Basso came here on June 30th stating something completely different. When there are 6 body cam footages showing that Ms. Basso actually lied to the court.
Okay, well.
And
Sir, I think I've heard enough. You're just going to have to set it for the hearing.
Facebook.
Well,
Life. Oh, yeah.
Here's the thing. Everything in this room is recorded all the time, so it doesn't matter if our friends from Crestview Court TV are here or not. It just means that's being sent out to everybody. But everything in criminal court is recorded at all times, video too. Okay? So if something was done improperly, then you can try to do that, but we have to have a motion hearing on that.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So, and see, part of me wants to say things, but I can't because I can't give you advice or tell you you're right or wrong because that's me overstepping my bounds. So what I'm going to do is just set your case for a hearing.
Yes, Your
It's
Honor.
going to be in front of Judge Gontarek, and then he'll make the decision as to whether or not you can go forward with that motion, the merits of that motion, and ultimately decide that motion. But I will tell you, you might want to talk to a lawyer ahead of time and focus on the facts of your case and
I
not these
did, Your
things.
Honor, and I appreciate but the attorneys that I had were one of the judges who actually had to do with this case in the past, so it became a conflict of interest.
Okay.
And when this situation happened, I had to fire them, and now I'm dealing with myself because
Okay.
of all the money that I have already put into it.
Okay, so here's the issue. What you're going to have to probably go through at some point, and I don't know if we might as well just set it now, is something called a Ferretta hearing. And that's just to make sure that you're able to handle this case on your own, that you have enough knowledge, understanding of the system, that you can do that. So, we made it a little extra time. All right, when is our next miscellaneous date? I think we could probably have at least an hour. All right, May 25th or 30th, I think, to make sure that Judge Gontarek has a chance to come in and see this case, and it won't be on his 3rd day in this division trying to figure it out, and to give you time to prepare. March 25th or May 25th or May 30th.
Sure, you know, I'm a disabled veteran retired, so
Okay.
whenever.
So you're free.
I'm free.
Okay. Ms. Basso.
Just double checking, Your Honor. 25th looks like I think we can do either one, Your Honor, as the court wishes.
Yeah, it won't be me, so I don't really have any desire about it.
Let's just grab the 25th.
All right, let's do the 25th at 2 p.m.
2 p.m.?
All right.
Thank you.
That'll be your motion on disqualifying Ms. Basso, and also what we call a Ferretta inquiry. Ms. Basso, if you could help us out with a notice of hearing on that,
We can do that, Your Honor.
Just to
Of
make
course,
sure-
the 25th at 2 o'clock, correct?
Yes.
All right.
All right, all right, let's see you back on that day, you too. Okay. Okay. Okay, has she done that? All right. Ms. Jones, can you hear me on Zoom?
I can.
Okay, Ms. Jones, it's my understanding, what was the case number? 23CF. All right, 23CF269, you were supposed to pay some court costs.
Yes, sir.
Has that been
I've
done?
No, sir. I've been waiting on my income tax.
Okay, so
I
what's
could
the
probably-
status of the case if she doesn't have it paid by today? Anybody?
Yeah, the idea was that I was going to dismiss the case. I wasn't even made aware that she was going to appear via Zoom.
Okay. Ms.
If
Jones,
she
did you get
doesn't-
approval from someone to appear by Zoom?
I called this morning just to see what time my court date was, and the lady told me that I was appeared by Zoom, and I called your office and they gave me the number, and I've been on here since like 8:45 this morning.
Well, I understand, we have 550-some cases on this docket today.
Judge,
Yes, sir.
I
I mean, that's fine. That's
All right, hold on, Ms. Jones. Someone's trying to help you. Mr.
Judge,
Williams.
I know when I arrived at the office this morning and we were all getting our file buckets together to bring to court, there was some discussion that a number of people were calling, saying that they'd gotten a letter to appear by Zoom, so apparently there was some confusion about that went out. The letter wasn't from our office, it was another agency.
Another agency? Okay.
They were saying that the letter was from the clerk's office, Judge. Okay. I've not confirmed that, but...
Well, regardless, what can we do for Ms. Jones? Because I've had Zoom on 95% of the time we've been in court, and I haven't seen anyone that we haven't taken care of other than Ms. Jones. And Ms. Jones is just, you're listed as Reliance Communications. I'm not sure what that is, but it always helps to put your name on the Zoom so we know who you are.
yes, sir. I've never done one before. I'm
that's
sorry.
fine.
Do you represent her?
I don't know that I do. I need to know her first name first.
No,
Kaylin Jones?
but she's
Caitlin
not
Jones.
represented, Your Honor.
I do have a Kaylin Jones. In fact,
All right, so
I've
what
called
would-
her name in the courtroom several times today.
Suggest,
Go ahead, Ms. Williams.
can we set it, I'll keep the offer open until next Monday. If she doesn't pay court costs by Monday, then we'll just proceed with prosecution, that offer is revoked.
Okay. You
Judge, I
understand that,
stand
Ms. Jones?
corrected. I don't think I have a Kaylin Jones. I have a Casey Jones.
Okay. All right, so, Ms. Jones, they're going to give you until May 1st, which is next Monday. We're going to put you on that court date. I suggest you come in person. If you can pay the court costs, do that, bring your proof, or send it over to the state attorney's office in advance to Ms. Leone's office, and they're willing to dismiss the case if you do that. If you don't do that by May 1st at 9 a.m., they're going to proceed with the prosecution.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay, do you have any questions?
No, sir. I don't.
All right, so you're going to come back May 1st at 9 a.m. It's going to be in front of Judge Gunterick
Correct.
in felony court that day,
In person,
Yes,
Your
sir.
Honor?
in person.
Thank you,
In person, not on Zoom. Yes, sir.
No. All right.
thank you.
Any questions,
All right,
Ms.
thank you.
Jones?
No, sir. Thank
All right, they'll see you back on that date.
Bye-bye.
All right, have a good day. Thank you,
You too,
Mr.
sir.
Williams.
I'm sorry, Judge. I was trying to...
No, I appreciate it. It's friend of the
Be
court
it,
stuff. It always helps. All right, anybody, where
Judge,
are we?
if I can call a name, I've got some I can
Let's just-
call for further continuances, but I have that I already announced a continuance on Christian Mitchell, but Mr. Mitchell and his father say that I did not. Madam Clerk, do you have that? If not, I'll move to continue it.
I don't remember that name, but that doesn't mean I'm right either. So.
I called several of them at one time, Judge.
I've got Christian Mitchell. This is 23 CF 244. Is Mr. Mitchell here? All right.
Judge, Mr. Mitchell is a relatively new case. I show him as having pretrial conference on March 2nd.
Okay.
I'll move to continue this one time. I think ultimately it's going to be resolved by plea, but we're just not ready to yet.
All right. So, Mr. Mitchell, any objection to putting your case on June 26th at 1:30? Mr. Mitchell? June 26th at 1:30. Do you have any objection to continuing the case? No? Okay, all right. Stay in touch with Mr. Williams, your lawyer, and come back June 26 at 1:30 with Judge Gontarek. All right, thank you. I'll take down the head up here.
All right, Judge, I can call some additional cases. I've met with a few people outside.
I'm going to keep the Zoom on in case anyone pops in, but otherwise it's empty now. All right,
Yes,
go ahead,
sir.
Mr. Williams.
Devin Miller?
Devin Miller?
Yes, sir. I would move for a continuance. Mr. Miller, and I spoke outside, he's approaching.
No objection.
All right, Mr. Miller, any objection to continuing your case to June 26 at 1:30? All right, it'll be so. Make sure you stay in touch with Mr. Williams and be back on that date.
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, Jeremy Jernigan, 23 CF 28. Judge requested continuance.
No objection.
All right, Mr. Jernigan, do you have any objection to continue your case to June 26?
Yes, sir.
Is this the first time up?
It's going to be close to it, Judge. I don't have any notations on the file other than apparently we filed our discovery demand back on February 13th of this year.
All right, do you understand this is going to waive your right to a speedy trial, Mr. Jernigan? Yes, sir. All right, I'll see you back June 26, 1:30.
Mr. Jernigan, make another appointment
Okay.
with the office, okay?
Yes, sir.
Dana Lewis, oh, I'm sorry, you need me?
Yes.
Judge, I'll call Shirley Jones. Come on up, Miss Jones. That's all right.
All right, and you're Miss Jones?
Yes, I'm having problems.
Okay, let me get on your case here. You said Shirley Jones?
Shirley Jones, if I
Okay.
sit for a long period of time, I started having muscle spasms.
Certainly understand that.
Judge, what I was going to do...
And I can't be still.
Okay.
What I plan to do with this is pass it until docket day. It is a relatively recent case, though. We may be better served going ahead and continuing it. Looks like it's from maybe November 22.
Is there a plea offer out there?
There is. The offer was...
I don't need to know what it is, just that it's out there and it's been conveyed.
Well, and that's one reason why I was going to pass it until docket day, was to go over the offer with her. It's been changed. There's now a withheld on it.
Okay. Ms. Jones,
But
do you
if
want
you
to
have-
come back on Monday next week and talk to Mr. Williams in the meantime to see if y'all can work this out? Those
Go
are
to his
usually...
office or to court? Come back to
Come
court?
back on Monday to court, but talk to him in the meantime.
Yeah, you can talk to me by phone on Friday. Go ahead and call, though, and make an appointment to talk with me by phone on Friday, okay?
Okay.
And then you can come back to court with Judge Gontarek on Monday, the 1st, at 9 o'clock. It'll be a smaller docket, so maybe you won't be here as long. I don't want to continue it and make you sit here again.
Okay.
I'm trying, Ms. Jones.
Thank you.
All right, make sure you stay in touch with him, set that appointment for Friday, like he said,
I
May
will.
1st, for a plea.
You do on Friday? Thursday? Okay, well,
Just be continuing
wind up being hospitalized or something, have somebody let us know.
Okay.
Vanessa Taylor
And I'll
has-
handle it from there, okay?
Okay.
She was one of the ones that you said would let you know if she...
Yes, yeah, I remember. All right, do we need to call her up?
Yes, Your Honor, if we could go
We
ahead
did.
and-
We already decided we were going to continue that one, right? Vanessa
Yes.
Tejo?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Tejo, I believe your attorney was asking for a continuance to the June 26th date. I think you had stepped out. Oh, I thought you were driving to go pick up your kids, I think, right? Do you have any objection to that continuance? All right.
No objection.
All right, June 26th at 1:30. Stay in touch with Ms. Rivers. We'll see you back on that date. Thank you.
Your Honor, I did confirm with the jail and Mr. Currington that he does have plenty of credit to not have to be taken into custody.
Okay. Have they told them that? Does court security know that, or?
I've copied the clerk. I'm looking.
I just want to make sure. Let's get all that figured out, and then I just don't want to be a situation where I say, well, until we see certain paperwork, we got to take him into custody until someone says otherwise.
Typically, the jail doesn't do a memorandum until after sentencing.
Yeah.
On this email.
Okay. All right, who's the state on that case?
I'm sorry.
Mr. Currington, he's got 93 days.
Do you agree with it? I just don't want to take him into custody just to find out if he's got credit or not.
The idea was for him to have credit for time serving it out.
All right. Marnie, we got the guy on the phone over here. Can you find out who his lawyer is? Sir, yeah, you can't make phone calls in court. Have you talked to your lawyer? Have you talked to your lawyer?
I don't even know who Shrek is. I ain't never seen him before in my life.
Who?
I guess that's her name, Shrek. So lady don't talk to nobody. I've been calling since they switched over from his deal. This lady don't even talk to people, man. This lady, I don't even know the lady's name. I'm trying to tell you, I got to go get my kids. It's going to be continued for them getting a file. Anyway,
But you haven't done that yet.
I'm trying to, you said I need to talk to her. Shrek ain't talking to nobody.
I don't know who you. Marnie, can you talk to him and find out who his lawyer is? Can y'all look that
Your
up?
Honor, that's me, and I have spoken with him. He did tell me that he was rejecting the offer. We made a counteroffer. That offer was rejected by him. He said he would hire his own attorney.
Okay, so what are y'all asking for?
We'll be asking for a continuance, Your Honor, I believe, so he can hire his own attorney.
Lady just, I don't even know this lady. I'm trying to be respectful. People calling me.
Well, I understand that, sir, but do you see how many people we've got here today? And I'm sorry, sir, don't talk about people like that. Why don't you ask her? Have you talked to her? She's right here. All right. Miss Rivers, can you take a chance to talk to him? Have you talked to him previously?
Yes, Your Honor. Previously, he had said that he was going to, we've talked the last time he was in court, we talked this time that he was in court. We don't ever seem to talk any other time, though. Julius Sledge.
Are you saying you've never talked to Miss Rivers? Are you saying you've never talked to Miss Rivers?
I can call the office. I got all my things.
Miss Rivers, have you talked to this gentleman?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is his name?
Julius Sledge. He called, he even called about his, he called and I spoke to him on the phone also about the video because he wanted information about what I saw because it had to do with the drug charges on his case. So we've personally spoken on the phone as well as spoken in person on several
Mr.
occasions,
Sledge,
Your Honor.
are you taking the plea offer they gave you?
I don't even know what's going on. That's why I told the lady, I don't even know what's going on. She said something, but I know that Mr. Fields, when my lawyer, they want to give me 1 year probation for something. She come back talking about 2 years. I'm like, lady, I hope you didn't even talk to me.
All she can do is convey an offer.
Don't I get to see my stuff? You said yourself that they didn't get nothing off me, so what I'm going to take probation?
I didn't say that at all.
No, that's what she said. I seen the video. I ain't seen the video. Mr. Fields didn't get a chance.
And he didn't show up for his office appointment either.
Did you have an office appointment?
I've been called and she rescheduled it on the 6th of the other month before then because they couldn't get it.
All right, so
It's big fact. I work every day. I know it's big fact. And I've been trying to call and just, I don't even, like I said, I don't even know what's going on. You see, they just not running around making deals with you. It's 3 o'clock in the evening. They just not talking to people. Remind the camera and look at it. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. This lady, she got too many cases. And you got too many cases, man. You know what I'm saying? Right. You know, it's not hard on just
all right. So what would you like me to do?
I would like to dismiss this lady and get a continuance so I can get Mr. Gelatoni.
All right. Objection to a continuance?
Know who this lady is.
Your Honor, I think the proper thing to do would be to set it for a Nelson hearing, if we could do that on Thursday.
Well, he's not saying he wants another public defender. He's saying he wants to hire somebody.
Well, can Can we set it on Thursday for a status hearing, because I'd like
This
him to do that
Thursday?
sooner rather than later.
Okay. How many cases are on Thursday?
Or docket day.
Say again. All right. All right, Mr. Sledge. Mr. Sledge. I can bring you another court date to come back with Mr. Tony or whoever you're going to hire, but I'm going to do it quick. You want to come back Thursday or Monday? Thursday's a much smaller docket. Well, that's what you said you wanted to do, sir. When are you going to hire somebody? I am listening.
What's gonna make it easy for you?
Don't point your finger at me, sir.
Okay, well, what's making it easy for you?
Nothing's going to make it easier for me. I'm trying to make it easier for you. Do you want to stay with the public defender's office, or would you let...
Period.
So are you going to hire someone else?
Yes, sir, I pretty much am.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. I'd like to put it on another court date where you can bring your new lawyer. You want to do that Thursday or Monday?
Whatever's available for you.
It won't be me either day. I'm a one day only today.
Why you want me to come back then?
We set it for Thursday, Your Honor.
All right, it's going to be Thursday, 9 a.m. Because I'm filling in for one day. Judge Gontarek takes over Monday permanently. I'm just trying to get you a chance to get your case moving with your new lawyer that you told me 4 times now you're going to hire.
It's the period.
You want them to withdraw from your case?
Exactly, I just tell you that. Oh, my God, I don't want, it's getting irritating.
All right, Mr. Sledge, I'm kind of irritated, and you're very disrespectful. Not just to the court, but to the people in it. The attorneys, court staff, security. Say again?
Everybody got cheering, everybody trying to be respectful. It's 500-600 people, you said it yourself.
I understand, so we're dealing with it, aren't we? You want to come back Thursday or Monday? Thursday at 9 o'clock. Public defenders is removed from the case based on his repeated requests.
If I may, Your Honor.
Sure you want to follow that?
This one's easy.
Okay.
I'm trying to get out of the line of fire. Cheryl Gooden for Benjamin McNutt, 21 CF 2956. He withdrew his previously entered plea of not guilty. We entered a plea of no.
This is the written plea we talked about this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes,
Or
sir.
it was probably actually this afternoon, it was just the morning.
It is a misdemeanor plea, Your Honor, and the state has reviewed it and has no objection. We previously agreed to it and signed it.
Mm-hmm. I did. If the court is uncomfortable with the order, then we can enter it orally.
I just want to read it.
Yes, sir.
So this is a plea to a misdemeanor?
A misdemeanor battery.
Okay, and it calls for 11 months, 29 days probation with JCS?
JCS, correct.
Okay,
Not felony probation.
sure. $616 in court costs, $100 cost of prosecution,
Evaluation
and treatment if needed, may reside outside of Florida and due to probation via mail, okay. And you've gone over this too, Ms. Basso, and your
Yes.
signature's on the front page?
Yes, Your Honor. We also discussed it with the victims prior to the original court date on that, and they were in agreement.
It's a battery, do we have fingerprints for him?
He'll do
They'll
prints
do it
now.
Okay.
I thought we had filed the prints, but apparently none of it got filed.
Mr. McNutt, is this what you wanted to do today?
I'm sorry, sir.
Is this what you wanted to do today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Normally, we go through a big colloquy, ask you all these questions, but you've already done this. It's a written plea to a misdemeanor, so I don't need to do all that.
Yes,
But
sir.
you can be fingerprinted over here,
Yes, sir.
and we'll get you on your way. I'm signing today's date, April 24th, and I'll file that with the clerk. Did you, this is it a withhold?
A withhold,
Yes.
Okay.
correct.
It says withhold, but there's a box next to it that's not checked, so I'm just going to go ahead and check that. Is it okay with everybody?
It's withhold.
That is our
Okay.
intent, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Any other questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, make sure, how's he going to meet with JCS probation?
He will contact JCS while he's here, and then he will contact them via email,
right.
phone.
I suggest you do that today, Mr. McNutt.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, thank you.
That's all I have.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gooden.
Judge, I've got some folks that we can set for docket day on Monday. One of them is Mr. Hutchinson, 22 CF 2758.
Mr. Hutchinson?
Yes, sir. Mr. Hutchinson, just come stand over here next to me.
All right, we're setting this for Monday for what purpose? It's Damon Hutchinson, 22
Judge,
CF 2758.
there's been an offer, yes, sir, it's Damon Hutchinson, I'm sorry, 22 CF 2758. They've extended an offer to Mr. Hutchinson, and I want him to check as to one of the conditions that the state has, make sure that it's something he's going to be able to do. That'll determine whether or not he accepts the offer. It does not have to be with subpoenas.
Okay.
This is really just trying to clear the docket, keep cases moving.
Okay.
And if it can be resolved, then go ahead and let's get it resolved. If it can't be, we'll find out from him on Monday, and we'll go back to the drawing board.
All right. Clear continue May 1st, 9 o'clock. Mr. Hutchinson, be back on that date. You'll be still in the same courthouse, be in front of Judge Gunn Tarek, so make sure you look for that. All right, May 1st, 9 o'clock. Stay in touch with Mr. Williams about that plea offer. See, we have an interpreter here.
Judge, I can call some more.
How many cases do we have for the interpreter?
Oh, I
Just
don't
one?
have anything for an interpreter.
What are we doing with that case?
Sir, do you speak English? You keep raising your hand back there in the yellow shirt. Do you speak English? Okay, so you don't need an interpreter? Oh, okay, all right. We'll call you up in a little bit then.
All right, who do we have with the interpreter, and what are we doing with it?
Your Honor, that he's in custody. Earlier, the people had indicated that he was not brought over yet. His name is Ruben Ordonez Mendoza.
What are we doing with this case?
Your Honor, I did want the interpreter to be able to tell him that we are going to continue his case.
Okay.
To convey to him that, yes, please, and to convey to him that that we're going to make arrangements to go out to talk to him.
Can you give me the name again, Ms. Rivers?
Ruben Ordonez Mendoza.
Looks like, Ms. Glisson, is this your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Did you agree with the continuance or not object to the continuance? If you could announce the case number and his name again.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, we're before the court on 23 CF 257. And this is Ruben Ordonez Mendoza. We are requesting a continuance at this time.
State has agreed to or has no objection to the continuance. Is this the first pretrial, or is there one in March? That might have been just arraignment.
It was just arraignment.
Okay. Mr. Ordonez Mendoza, do you agree to the continuance to June 26th at 1:30?
So what time, Your Honor?
1:30. Do you understand that's going to waive your right to a speedy trial to continue the case? Okay. Do you have any questions for the court? Okay. All right, we'll put him on June 26th at 1:30.
Let him know that we'll be coming out there.
All right, we'll
Thank
see
you.
you back on that date. Everybody else we can call up quick?
Your Honor, we have Michael Patterson, 22 CF 2146.
Mr. Patterson here?
He is, Your Honor. He's approaching now.
What are we doing with Mr. Patterson's case?
Your Honor, this is going to be a plea to misdemeanors.
Okay.
If I may approach.
All right, Mr. Patterson, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Sir.
All right, state your full name for the record, please.
Michael Eldred Patterson III.
Okay, and you're here in 22 CF 2146. Currently charged with fleeing to elude and leaving the scene of a crash, property damage. Have you looked over this plea and sentencing agreement?
Yes, sir, I have.
And it looks like count one would be reduced to a lesser included offense of resisting without violence.
Sir.
And count two is as charged. Is that what you want to do today?
Yes, sir.
All right. Currently, are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, controlled substances, or prescription medications that could impair your ability to make that decision?
No, sir.
Any mental health issues or concerns?
No.
Okay. Are you currently on any kind of medication?
I'm supposed to be on medications, yes.
Okay. Are you not on the medication you're supposed to be on?
Well, I took it this morning.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I'm
That's fine. Do you feel like you understand what's going on here
of course.
today?
Yeah.
All right. Ms. Rivers, you've met with him previously?
Yes, Your Honor. I've met with him and his whole family.
Okay. Any concerns?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
No.
Have you had enough time to speak with Ms. Rivers, your attorney?
Yes.
Has she answered all of your questions?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you satisfied with her advice and representation?
Yes, sir.
All right. Has anyone forced pressure or threatened you in any way to enter this plea?
No, sir.
Has anyone promised you anything other than what's in this plea?
No, sir.
All right. Do you understand this plea calls for 11 months, 29 days in county jail?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. Do you understand by entering the plea you're giving up your right to a trial where the state would have to prove these charges beyond all reasonable doubt?
Yes.
And
Your Honor,
have
you didn't mention the 40 days for inpatient treatment, the credit he would get.
I'll get through all that.
He was about to ask.
Okay, yeah, I see the credit for the 40
Okay.
days. Don't worry, I'll get to that. I just don't want to go through all the terms. I just want to make sure
Yes,
you know
sir.
what you're doing first, then we'll go talk about
Sir.
the terms. All right, so there won't be a trial of any kind, and you're giving up all your trial rights that you went over with your lawyer?
Yes.
Did you understand those?
Yes.
Any questions about the rights that you're waiving? All right, do you understand that you're waiving all defenses that you may have to these charges? Okay. All right, so the plea agreement calls for count one will be reduced to resisting without violence, which is a first-degree misdemeanor, and leaving the scene of a crash is count two, which is a second-degree misdemeanor. You're going to get 11 months, 29 days in Okaloosa County Jail, credit for the 40 days of treatment you've already done, $270 in court costs, $50 cost of prosecution, $50 PD fee, $50 application fee. That's all for count one. Count two is going to be adjudication and credit for time served. What is your plea to those charges with that agreement, Mr. Patterson?
No contest?
All right, and are you giving your no contest plea freely, voluntarily, and knowingly?
Yes.
Is that your own decision that you've made after discussing it with your counsel? You have any questions for the court before I accept this? All right, I'm going to accept your no contest plea. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty. Sentence you again to 11 months, 29 days in county jail, 40 days credit for the inpatient treatment, $270 in court costs, as I've previously stated, $50 for cost of prosecution, $50 PD fee, $50 application fee.
Okay.
Anything that I've missed?
No, sir.
All right. Several will be fingerprinted. You've got 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court. I think this one, we haven't got to this one yet. Okay. All right. Anything else for Mr. Patterson? All right. Do we need his fingerprints? I think so.
Your Honor, the next case I have is Katrina Michelle Turner Hasselbrink, 22 CF 2767. This is a pretrial intervention.
All right. So she doesn't have to plead for this, right?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Your name, ma'am? Okay. And Ms. Hasselbrink, you've gone over this pretrial intervention agreement with your attorney? You understand it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any questions about it? Okay. I think I'm just going to hand this over to probation. Do we need a status date or anything for her?
They'll be right now, Your Honor.
Okay.
Completed.
You're going to talk to probation, even though you're not on probation, you're in a pretrial intervention agreement. They're the ones that kind of chaperone you through that. If you've got things that are already completed, make sure you tell them and provide that proof so they know that right off the bat. All right. Anything else that we need to discuss on her? All right. Sounds good. All right. Thank you, Ms. Hasselbrink.
Dustin Reeves, 22 CF 1127. We've reached an agreement in this matter, Your Honor, if I may approach.
Yes, ma'am.
Now you can't be around guns.
All right, Mr. Reeves, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Can you state your full name for the record, please?
Justin Lewis Reeves,
All right. And your date of birth?
2/17/73.
Okay, and you're here in 22 CF 1127 with one count of introduction of contraband, which is a third-degree felony punished by up to 5 years in state prison, $5,000 fine. Have you gone over this plea and sentencing agreement? Okay, and it calls for 6 months county jail with stipulated 6 months credit? Yes? All right, is that the state's agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, prescription medications, or controlled substances? All right. Any mental health issues or concerns that would impair you from making this decision? Have you had enough time to speak with Ms. Rivers? She answered all your questions? You satisfied with her advice and representation?
Sir.
All right. Anyone force, pressure, or threaten you to do this? No? Anybody promise you anything in return for this? All right, do you understand that by entering the plea, you're giving up your right to a trial and all the trial rights that are included in the form that you've signed?
Sir.
Do you have any questions about those trial rights that you're giving up? Do you understand you're waiving any potential defenses that you've got? All right. And do you, what is your plea? No contest. All right, you're giving your no contest plea freely, voluntarily, and knowingly, which means it's your own decision that you made after discussing it with Ms. Rivers?
Sir.
Yes? Okay. I'll accept your no contest plea as freely, voluntarily, knowingly given. In terms of the plea, you're 6 months in Okaloosa County Jail with credit and stipulated by the state that he has 6 months credit in the jail, $415 in court costs, $100 cost of prosecution fee, $100 PD fee, and this is an adjudication of guilt. Do you understand that, sir? You understand if you're not already, that makes you a convicted felon. Okay. All right. Anything else from Mr. Reeves? All right. Step over, be fingerprinted. You have 30 days to appeal.
Zeb Tidwell. He's before the court on 21 CF 2263. If I may approach.
Okay, so it's just costs, basically?
Yes, Your Honor.
Suspension. All right, Mr. Tidwell, you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right. State your full name, please.
Deb Caleb Tidwell.
Okay, Mr. Tidwell, you're here in 21 CF 2263 charges of reckless driving, which is a specified misdemeanor traffic offense, punished by up to 90 days in county jail, fleeing to elude third-degree felony, and driving while license suspended. That says 5 years. What, is it a felony, driving unsuspended?
Yes, Your
Based
Honor.
on?
It was a habitual.
Okay, so as a habitual traffic offender. All right, we'll talk about that. All right. The plea calls for an adjudication of guilt, court costs and fees, and a one-year driver's license suspension. Is that your understanding? Okay. Do you understand that, is he still habitual?
My understanding is...
I haven't been pulled over in over 10 years.
Okay.
But yeah,
So you know that once you get a new one, like another driver's
I
license
can't never get a
suspended?
driver's license. In 2010, I had multiple seizures.
Yeah.
So it's a medical suspension anyway.
Your medical revoked?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I understand. Well, let's just...
And I haven't driven in 12 years, so.
Well,
Well,
you haven't drove legally.
2 years of my life coming up here every day or every other month.
Well.
So I'm going to just kangaroo it and sign your deal.
Okay. All right. Are you currently under the influence of any drugs,
Yes.
alcohol, controlled substances, or prescription medications that can impair your ability to make this decision today?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any mental health issues or concerns that could impair your ability to make
No,
such
sir.
a decision? Just wait till I finish so the records gets both of us, sir. All right. Have you had enough time to speak with Ms. Rivers, your attorney?
Yes.
She answered all your questions? And are you satisfied with her advice and representation? Has anyone forced, pressure, or threatened you to make this plea? Anyone promise you anything other than what's in this agreement? All right. And do you understand that you're giving up your right to a trial where the state would have to prove beyond all reasonable doubt that you've committed these offenses? And that you'd be giving up your right to, confront and cross-examine witnesses against you, call witness on your own behalf, testify on your own behalf, or remain silent, which would be your option. And you're waiving any potential defenses that you may have. All right. You have any questions about this form or the rights that you're waiving? All right. And what is your plea? All right. No contendere? All right. I'll accept your no contest plea as freely, voluntarily, knowingly given. Adjudication of guilt for all three counts. $415 in court costs, $100 cost of prosecution, $150 legal defense fee, and a one-year driver's license suspension. As part of that, make sure you pay those court costs, sir.
Oh, no, God.
Say again.
How many days?
So you can go down to the clerk's office and set up a payment plan.
Okay, and if you don't comply with that, they can suspend your license indefinitely, too.
Okay.
Just telling you. All right. Step over and be fingerprinted, Mr. Tidwell. You have 30 days to appeal.
And Your Honor, I do have a couple of more. Victoria Palmer.
I think we called her earlier. Why don't we get her out of here?
Yep.
I can take her off my list. All right, Ms. Palmer. I believe, Ms. Rivers, you're asking for a continuance?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. And this is Victoria Palmer, 23 CF 400 and 437. All right, do you have an objection to the continuance? All right. What we're going to do is put you on June 26th at 1:30. Stay in touch with your lawyer and come back on that date.
Stephen Sykes.
Mr. Sykes? What are we doing with Mr. Sykes' case?
Your Honor, we're requesting a continuance to give him an opportunity to come into the office and meet with me.
No objection.
What's his case number?
That is...
23 CF 79.
Okay. Has he been to pretrial before? I just want to make sure.
Just arraignment.
First time up, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Sykes, do you understand by asking for continuance, you'd be waiving your right to a speedy trial? Okay. June 26th at 1:30. Stay in touch with Ms. Rivers. Sounds like she needs to talk to you in her office, so y'all can talk about probably a plea offer and maybe defenses. And we'll see you back on that date, June 26th.
All right, thank you.
1:30.
Alexandria Slusher, 22 CF 2197. Okay, what's a misdemeanor? We'll mention it when he comes up. Your Honor, we're requesting a continuance in this case to 6/26.
22 CF 2197. Ms. Slusher, do you have an objection to the continuance? Okay. All right, June 26th at 1:30. Stay in touch with Ms. Rivers, and they'll see you back on that date.
We can go ahead and do the rest. I can do the rest if you want to.
Whoever y'all want to do.
Okay. Your Honor, the next
No one else we
one,
can get out quickly, then I'll
the
start
next
with
one would be David Stanley.
David Stanley.
Your Honor, he's before the court on 20 CF 2243, 22 CF 2376. And Your Honor, the state has said that they are ready for trial, this time on 20 CF 2243. She did just come up and tell me that she's going to change her driving while license suspended to a felony. So we would be going forward on the DUI fourth, which is punishable by 5 years, and a Dwillis that's punishable by 5 years.
Okay. I don't mind signing the deal. Can I get like a couple weeks to secure get my
What's the question?
He wants to know if he can have a couple of weeks.
to get the rest of my checks secured?
If he wants to enter a plea today, off, I'm fine with that. Doing the sentencing, the negotiated plea agreement. But you need to enter a plea today.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we defer sentencing like that in a DUI?
I'm sorry?
Can we defer sentencing like that in a DUI?
We can't.
You would have to come back on Thursday?
Thursday.
I can do that.
Come back on Thursday.
Thursday this week?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Judge, just in case he balks on Thursday, I do have an unopposed order on a motion to compel the defendant's prints that we could set for Thursday as well, if that's okay with Madam Clerk. So we can just set it on Thursday. If he doesn't plea, then we'll be prepared to go ahead and roll his prints so we can have them sent off to comparison.
But is it Judge Gonteric on Thursday or Judge Rasmussen?
I believe it's Rimmer on Thursday, Gonteric on Wednesday.
So we have the same problem. We would need it to be in front of Judge Gonteric. So that
Well,
was Monday.
I think what you'd be doing is coming in and pleading that day.
I just need his prints.
Yep.
Okay, but we'll do it on Thursday. Okay, so you'll come back, hold on, you'll come back this Thursday, which is what, the 27th?
Yes, Your
Is that
Honor.
9 a.m.? April 27th, this Thursday at 9 a.m., you're going to be here for this division, but it's going to be Judge Rimmer who's going to be filling in that day. Okay? And just the reason we can't have you plea in front of me is I have to then do the sentencing, and we can't defer sentence on a DUI. It's a kind of a weird thing in the law that you have to sentence right away on a DUI. So that's why I can't do it that way. All right, we'll see you back Thursday.
May I approach with the order, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, no, you're fine. Your Honor, this is Charles Velez, 21 CF 2690, and we're ready for trial.
I think I put it on Zoom because we haven't been using it.
We can just set it on for docket day, Your Honor.
All right, docket day, May 1st, that's Monday
Monday.
at 9 a.m.
Monday at 9 a.m.
Okay.
And then they'll pick your trial week at that point.
Mm-hmm. And if Mr. Gibbs wanted to step in?
Yes. Judge, we can, for Mr. Currington, we can put on the minute sheet, I believe, since the state's agreeing that he has the credit necessary, we can put on the minute sheet that he does.
Currington?
Currington, yes.
And I've got his plea agreement up here.
So I'm not sure how far we got through the colloquy.
We got far at all. So, otherwise, we'll just get through it again. Mr. Currington, I already swore you in, correct?
Yes, sir.
And say again?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I thought you said no. All right, so Mr. Currington, I think we talked about everything as far as you entering your plea until we got to the actual terms, and that's
Yes,
why
sir.
I was concerned that they were going to take you into custody. Sounds like the state's willing to agree that you have the full credit in, so you won't have to be taken into custody today, and that'll be noted in the clerk's minute sheet as well. Did you have any other questions before I accept your plea? And so that'll be counts 1 and 2 will be null pros by the state, correct?
Ms. Leon? For Mr. Currington, counts 1 and 2 are null pros by the state, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir.
Count 3, which is the theft felony, 90 days Okaloosa County Jail with credit for time served. He has day-for-day credit. It's been stipulated by the state. It will be noted in the court minutes. He won't be taken into custody today. $100 cost of prosecution, $415 court costs, $150 PD fee. Monetary requirements due within 180 days from today. That's 6 months. Or they'll be sent to collections. You understand that, Mr. Currington? Okay. And based on that, what is your plea?
No contest.
No contest. And do you have any questions for the court?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you understand all your rights that you'd be giving up? All right. And you understand you're waiving all potential defenses that you've got? All right. So I'll accept your no contest plea. I've already gone through the rest of your colloquy previously. I'll on count 3, which again is the theft, 90 days county jail, credit for time served. He has credit for all of that. And the fines and court costs, like I stated previously. All right. And you'll be adjudicated guilty on that. Make sure you come over here and get your fingerprints done. You've got 30 days to appeal.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And this is a guideline sentence, 43.6.
Close.
All right, just Mr. Currington, well, he doesn't have probation. I don't have to tell him that.
Yes, thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you.
It's all my cases.
Yeah.
And I do it, and I know how I do it. I do it right.
It's a big stack, Mr. Williams.
That'd be great.
Judge, I actually thought I'd already called this one, but Byram Harrison, Madam Clerk, 23 CF 307, are you showing that one as being continued to 626? Because if not, you are?
Have not.
You've not?
Byron Harrison?
Mr. Harrison, he's present in court.
Okay, it's Byron Harrison? Okay, we just have another
That's correct.
Harrison on the
Judge,
docket. I want to make sure we've got the right guy.
This is the first time up. In fact, he was arraigned fairly recently. Need to continue this to 626 at 1:30.
Okay, any objections? Mr. Harrison, you okay with continuing to June 26th? All right, June 26th at 1:30, stay in touch with Mr. Williams and be back on that day.
Call right now and tell him to schedule an appointment. Okay? Sheila Jones.
Sheila Jones?
Judge, let's set this for docket day. And Ms. Jones is going to call and make an appointment to speak with me on Friday.
All right, this is 22 CF 2467. Any objections to
No,
that,
no,
Ms.
you're not.
Leone? All right, Ms. Jones, you're going to come back on Monday, May 1st at 9 o'clock in front of Judge Gonteric. All right, stay in touch with Mr. Williams so y'all can talk about that in the meantime.
All right?
Okay.
I'll hear from you on Friday, okay? But call and make the appointment so I know when to expect you. Damon Hutchinson. Judge, I also thought that we'd already set this for docket day, but I'm just checking.
I think we did. He was wearing the red shirt,
Yeah,
right?
wearing the red shirt. That's what I'm, okay, Judge. Well, I'm coming up with folks that I thought were in the stack that I called.
No worries.
Jacqueline Lige, 22 CF 2598. Judge, I want to set this for docket day, and this one might be a trial.
Okay.
And
So
Ms.
plea or trial
Lige,
or plea or continue?
likewise make an appointment to call and talk with me on Friday, okay?
This
Mr.
Friday.
Williams, is this plea or trial or plea or continue?
Um,
Or maybe any one of the three? I just want to
Judge, it's got some legs on it, but there's been
Not
plenty
sure
of
what that means,
videos.
Mr. Williams.
It's actually not that old looking at it,
You're
although
saying-
I
oh,
want to say
okay,
I
that's
took it
what-
over from somebody else.
Okay.
She was arraigned in November.
Yeah.
I just want
Do
to
you
know
have-
if
do
the
you have a
state's sending
preference, ma'am?
subpoenas out for you.
All right, Judge, let's just set it for plea or continuance.
All right, plea or continue, May 1st, 9 a.m. Stay in touch with Mr. Williams and be back on that day.
Call me on Friday.
Yes, sir.
Call the office today and make the appointment.
I got you. I got
All
you,
right.
Mr. Judge. Thank you.
All right, Danny Mason, and Judge, there are actually two cases for Mr. Mason. There's 20 CF 733 and 22 CF 165. Judge, we need to set these for docket day. My understanding, though, is that if we don't accept the offer on docket day, the state's going to revoke. I don't think Mr. Mason and I have met ourselves. It looks like somebody else handled this case back in January.
Judge, these cases are really old. The state's ready for trial.
Then let's just set it for plea or trial, Judge, and I'll meet with him, and if something comes up where I can't, I'll make my appropriate motion on docket day.
And the offer will be revoked.
If not taken
It's-
that day?
It's 12 months of community control, yes, and the offer will be revoked on that.
All right, so Mr. Mason, you come back on Monday, May 1st at 9 a.m. Stay in touch with Mr. Williams, talk to him about the plea offer that's been provided. The state's indicated if you don't take that on Monday, they're going to revoke it, and you'll have to end up going to trial.
And also, count one was originally null-prossed in 20 CF 733 on a PTI agreement. That felony count, aggravated assault by threat with a deadly weapon, will also be refiled on Monday if the plea is not accepted.
Okay.
Okay. I'll look at that. There may be a wrinkle on that, but we'll talk about it, and I'll take a look at it.
All right. All right, we'll see you back Monday, May 1st, 9 o'clock.
All right. If you haven't already, call and make that appointment. You already made it? All right, we'll keep calling.
I'll call again.
Okay. All right. Sorry, Judge. Getting caught up. All right, next one is going to be Carrie Lobo.
All right, it's 22 CF 2252.
Let me pass Mr. Lobo for just a minute. This may be a plea, Judge.
All right.
Robert Lamb, 22 CF 1483. Judge, I was going to set this on docket day for Mr. Lamb to have a little bit more time to talk with me and to review the plea offer. Mr. Lamb, I need you to call and make an appointment, see me on Friday, or call me, or make an appointment to call me on Friday, okay?
This is another one where the offer is going to expire on docket day. It's 12 months of probate
Okay, is the plea continue or?
and a withhold.
Judge, I'm going to say plea or continue on it.
All right, Mr. Lamb, we'll come back May 1st, 9 a.m. Plea or continue the case at that point. Obviously, you're going to discuss that plea offer with Mr. Williams before then, but the state's indicated if you don't accept that by Monday, they're going to withdraw it. All right. All right, thank you.
Amanda Harville. Ms. Harville? Judge, she doesn't answer the call of the court.
All right, Amanda Harville. Have you had any contact with her, Mr. Williams?
Judge, I have had contact with her in the past. I did try to contact her by telephone a couple of times before today and was unable to reach her.
Okay. All right, KPS, no bond. If she shows up, tell me and we'll readdress her.
Can you make it no bond pending first appearance and let the first appearance judge decide whether or not to give her a bond? She's in jail? Do you know where? Santa Rosa? Judge, let's just pass her till Monday then, and let me look into it. It is Amanda Harville, Harville.
That's it, Judge.
Amanda Harville's been in Santa Rosa County Jail since February 2nd.
We can do a motion order transport. I don't know that I can get that done for Monday, though. That does kind of answer my question that I had which was why we had passed it last time. So.
Do you want to pass it to try to get her over here?
I can try, Judge. See if we can get a motion order transport
He's on no
done.
bond there. Based on a violation of pretrial release.
Yeah, if I may inquire, is it for a plea that you wanted to appear or for what?
Well, you'd made an offer that I need to go over with her that involved dismissing count 1, which would leave her with a misdemeanor. So, yeah, I'd like to talk with her and try to get her in for that plea, but I'm just not guaranteeing that we can get the motion in order to transport. One of the issues is going to be getting it signed, Judge, and that's always hard when we're dealing with senior judges and visiting judges.
Go to Santa
It's
Rosa
a
County
misdemeanor,
Circuit
it can
Judge
be
right
filed, it doesn't have to be signed in court,
Well,
so you
that's
don't
true.
have to transport it
I can do
here.
a written plea and then send you.
So could we set it for next week, May 4th maybe, as a control, and you...
That would be easier because I'm going to be in court with you
Right,
most
I
of this
know.
week.
I know.
And then seeing appointments tomorrow and Friday. So it's going to be hard for me to get to the Santa Rosa County Jail requires a lot of advance notice.
May 4th is enough time for you, Mr. Williams?
I hope so. If not, I'll report back on May 4th.
Okay, thank you. So you're...
All right, so May 4th, what we're doing, Mr. Williams?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
4th at 9 a.m. If you need anything, just get the order to me, I'll sign it. As far as transport, if you need her.
Thank you, Judge. Casey Johnson. Casey Johnson.
I think we had a Casey Jones.
Yeah, that was somebody different.
Kevin Johnson, we did.
This is Casey Johnson, 22 CF 1485.
We may have done that one already. We already continued.
I did? Okay. All right. Desiree Lige, 22 CF 450. This is
She's related
Jacqueline's
to.
daughter. Desiree hadn't been here? Okay.
We'd ask for no bond, KP.
Judge, I will say this, she
Hold on,
is...
I think you're, man.
Do you have
That's
any
her- that's
information
on-
about Desiree?
I'm mad at her right now. I'm her mom, I'm mad at her right now, so I haven't been talking, I have to take a couple of days off speaking with her, but, can I call her right now? I don't.
See if you can find out what's going on with her. I know she's a dialysis patient.
Yeah.
I don't recall whether today's one of the days that she has dialysis.
She's
I had
been on
provided that
days.
information some time ago on a previous failure to appear.
Okay, but before you do that, because she do have some things going on, let me just call really quick. and
Okay.
I'll come right back and confirm.
All right, as long as you
That'd be
remember to
great.
recall it.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Nicole Miles.
Just so you know, Mr. Williams, Ms. Harville, who we're talking about in Santa Rosa County, doesn't have court till June 7th, and she's got no bond, so you should be able to get her from over there.
Yes, sir. My issue with Santa Rosa is they sometimes require us to give them several days' notice, which is unusual in my experience, but, all right, Judge, with Ms. Miles, I have spoken with her. I'm going to need to continue her one more time.
No objection.
Ms. Miles, do you have an objection to continuing your case? All right, June 26th, 1:30.
Okay. Yeah, please.
Stay in touch with Mr. Williams.
Sherry Lucky. Judge, I'm going to have to continue this one as well.
No objection.
Do you have any objection to continuing your case, Ms. Lucky? All right, June 26th, 1:30. Make sure to stay in touch with Mr. Williams. We'll see you back on that date.
Okay. Yeah, call and make an appointment, okay? Devin Miller.
We do Devin Miller? I think we handled Devin Miller.
It's going to be 22 CF 1954.
We've already continued Mr.
We already
Miller's
did it?
case.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, Jeremy Jernigan, we do that one? Okay.
Or did Stephen Jernigan? I don't remember Jeremy.
Dana K. Lewis.
Dana Lewis.
Judge, she was here earlier. In fact, she was trying to speak with me all morning. I finally got to her, I want to say, about the time of the lunchtime break. But she was here. Judge, can we pass her? I was going to move to continue her. Can maybe pass her till Monday if the court's unwilling to let me just appear for her? No, the problem is that you don't have a way of announcing the date for her. What I can do is I can try to get a hold of her and get her in for Monday.
You're saying she had been here all day?
Yes, sir, she has been. Or she was at least until the lunch break.
My only concern is she does have a prior FTA on this case from last month.
I will tell you that everybody that I've spoken to about continuing has said, well, so I don't have to be here, right? And I've had to correct them. I think she's the only one who didn't ask.
Okay, well, that's why I made sure that everyone stopped and heard me say, if you don't come back from the lunch break, then you're failure to appear. All right, so this is what I'll do. It's going to be a capias no bond based on the previous failure to appear in this case last month. However, if you somehow get her in here on Monday, maybe Judge Gontarek will be feeling merciful on that day.
All right, Judge, I'll... set that one aside. And then I think we're waiting on Desiree. Judge, I can call Carrie Lobo back, I believe.
CF 2252.
All right. Judge, I previously have met with him and gone over everything. We were passing it to straighten out a situation with his driver's license so that he would be able to go to the state where he actually resides, would have proof for probation that they're going to need.
Leading to the possession charges?
Judge, they are possession of controlled substance and possession of paraphernalia.
That can cause a problem for his driver's license? Is that the issue you're trying to figure out?
No, Judge, he resides in another state. If he does not have a driver's license, some kind of photographic ID from that state, it's going to delay probation's ability to get him through the interstate compact. That wasn't it? Oh, okay, I'm sorry, he's correcting me. Was it finding out what would happen with your driver's license? Was that it?
We didn't know we were going to get
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and this does call for an adjudication
Yes, that's, yeah.
withheld, except for on the paraphernalia.
Right, yeah.
Okay, all right then. All right, never mind, Judge. I'm getting him confused with
Okay, so what do we want to do with it?
one of the other 300. Any rate, Judge, we've got a executed plea agreement. Yeah, you might as well. It'd probably work better that way.
Lobo, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, can you state your full name for the record, please?
Gary Joseph Lobo.
All right, Mr. Lobo, you're here on 22 CF 2252, charged with possession of a controlled substance and possession of drug paraphernalia. Is that all? The other ones are no action. Okay. All right. Have you gone over this plea and sentencing agreement with your lawyer? Okay, and it calls for 12 months of probation on each count, concurrent, at some costs, substance abuse evaluation and treatment, no alcohol or controlled substances without a prescription. What is RBUT?
Random breath and urine testing.
Random breath and urine test, and then a mental health evaluation, is that right?
Yes,
Okay, is that everything that you expected it to be, Mr. Lobo?
Adjudication withheld, right?
On the felony, Judge, it's adjudication.
I don't have it marked. So is that what it's supposed, I can mark it, I just want to make sure.
Look at the narrative. I think I wrote in AW, count
Okay.
1, AG count 2.
I just didn't know that's what that said. All right. And this is a guideline sentence, correct?
Yes, it is, Judge.
Okay. All right. Mr. Lobo, are you currently under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, controlled substances, or prescription medications? Any mental health issues or concerns that impair you to make a good decision here today? Have you had time to speak with Mr. Williams, your attorney? Has he answered all of your questions? Are you satisfied with his representation? Has anyone forced, pressure, or threatened you in any way to enter this plea? Has anyone promised you anything other than what's in the agreement?
Sir.
Do you understand by entering a plea, you're giving up your right to a trial and all your trial rights that are enumerated inside of this plea agreement? Did you go over those with Mr. Williams? Do you understand that you're waiving all those trial rights? Do you understand you're waiving any potential defenses that you may have had? And what is your plea?
No contest, Judge.
No contest. Are you giving your no contest plea freely, voluntarily, and knowingly? All right. Any questions for the court before I accept your plea?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll accept your plea, withhold adjudication as to both counts, 12 months probation on each count to run concurrent, $515 in court costs, $100 cost of prosecution, $150 PD fee, substance abuse evaluation and any treatment, no alcohol or controlled substances without a prescription, random breath and urine testing, mental health evaluation, and any recommended treatment on that as well. Anything that I've missed as far as Mr. Lobo?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Withhold, so I don't think we need any fingerprints on those particular charges. You've got 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court. Make sure you talk to probation before you leave this afternoon. Oh.
Your Honor, based on the public defender being appointed, we request the supervision fees be.
All right, I'll do so.
Your Honor, if we could call Brandy Wagner. She was from this morning. She's listed under Jennifer Flowers.
And I think.
She thought she was still with me.
Okay.
She has been here all day, though, Your Honor. Maybe she was in the bathroom.
We called, and I think Miss Flowers said something about she would try to get back on. I told her she can come back on Zoom, but it's been a while. All right. Did we say what we're going to do with her case earlier?
Continue it.
Okay. Well, let's withdraw. Well, hold on. Let's withdraw that. Let's withdraw that. You're here.
But we just want to make sure that any capias that might have been imposed is withdrawn.
Okay. Withdraw the capias.
Jennifer Flowers.
Okay. All right. Hold on just a second. I want to make sure this all is fixed up before you walk out. All right. But it's going to be June 26th at 9 o'clock.
Yes, because we Jennifer Flowers.
So you'll be here at 9. I've been telling everyone else 1:30, but that's because this is the PD portion of the docket. So make sure you get here at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
And get in touch with Ms. Flowers' office.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, the next one is Tiffany Williams. She was mine, 23 CF 410. There was a My assistant filed a waiver of appearance for her, and I didn't have it notated, so that's my mistake, and she is, once she heard, she came up here.
Okay.
So we're requesting a continuance in her case.
All right. Tiffany Williams?
Objection.
All right, Ms. Williams, do you have any objection to the continuance? Okay, June 26th at 1:30. Make sure you stay in touch with Ms. Rivers.
Your Honor, the next one I have is Wendy Ulrich. That would be,
Wendy Ulrich?
yes, she's present, Your Honor.
She's what? She's in jail. Do we have Ulrich?
I think it's the Santa Rosa County Jail, Your Honor.
Well, let me take a look.
I saw her earlier. I could have sworn I did.
We do have another Ulrich.
No.
Thought was her. I don't see, Your Honor. So,
The only time Wendy Ulrich has ever been in the Santa Rosa County Jail was 2018, for one day.
Your Honor, the next one I have is
What are we doing with Miss Ulrich? All right, KPS no bond.
Your Honor, the next one I have is Angela Worley. And the state is asking to have her put on for Monday. At the same time, we do want to leave her on the trial docket.
Okay, so that's Wehrly. Worley.
Yes, Your Honor, it's 22 CF 1864.
Okay, so we're going to put her on Monday. Is that for plea, trial, continue?
We're on the trial docket, but the state wanted to review the video.
It's not going to be a trial, Your Honor. I'm trying to see, based on some statements made by the co-defendant, whether or not we should continue with prosecution or not. I just need to review evidence.
All right, so we'll put it on May 1st at 9 a.m. Stay in touch with Ms. Rivers just in case something happens as far as them making a decision in your benefit, and otherwise I'll see you back that day.
Your Honor, I just have a few more of the ones that are out. Let's see. And Your Honor, that is Charlotte Prattley, 23 CF 143. The victim in the case did approach me during lunch and handed me a form where they filled out a request to drop charges. I didn't know what the state was going to do.
The state is not going to dismiss the charges at this time. We respect the will of the victim, but I'm not ready to do that yet.
All right.
Have you seen that document?
I have, Your Honor.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Oh, yes. It's right here.
Okay.
It only says that she wants to dismiss the charges, and I respect that.
Okay.
So, do you want to continue? Recommend that.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, we're requesting 626.
Okay. Any objection to that?
No objection to
All
that.
right, June 26th at 1:30. Be back on that date. Stay in touch with your lawyer. This looks like a new case, so if it hasn't been already, do you understand that, Ms. Prattley, that you'd be waiving your right to a speedy trial by continuing the case today? Yes?
You have to say it.
I have to hear you.
Sorry.
It's okay. Just need to hear it from the microphone. All right, 6/26, June 26th at 1:30.
You'll either call me this week or next week. We'll talk. And Donald Robinson, 21 CF 604. He bonded out. He bonded out.
Donald Ray Robinson.
Unless he got put back in, he bonded out a couple weeks ago. Your Honor, I believe that's all that I have that's out of custody.
Donald Ray Robinson was released March 3rd.
That's correct. On an FTA. So see what else for KPs.
All right, KPS, no bond.
And the rest I have, Your Honor, are in custody.
I'm trying to handle Desiree. Judge, we've got Desiree Lige on the line. She's in dialysis right now. They've got her on the phone. Would the court allow her to appear by phone?
What are we doing with her case?
Is it yours still?
Judge, the case has been around for a while, but we're kind of at loggerheads on getting it resolved. But she did provide me with some information I've not had a chance to follow up on yet, so I'm just going to move to continue it.
No objection.
Going to continue the case to June?
Yes, sir. I'm not going to be able to follow up on it between now and Monday.
And is she on the phone to find out what her next court date's going to be?
You still get
Hold on.
She said she was trying to call you, and every time we try to get a connection, get it
So
going.
my person's still.
I don't have anything, no phone number for her, so I have to do it 3 months.
Well, we just need to get her back on so that she can hear the court announce her next court date.
Okay,
Okay?
okay. Jada.
I mean, the problem is, there's nothing that shows that it's actually her.
Actually, it's a video call.
Well, I can't see her, I can't swear her in, I can't do anything.
That's what I'm trying to do. Is there any
Do you,
other way I can see her?
Can she come in Monday then?
Sir, if she could come in Monday, I will come in with her and make sure she gets. That's just more stressful.
Well, I'm not trying to do that, I'm just going to make sure she knows what her court date is. Otherwise, if she doesn't show up for the next one, and then there's going to be a KPS4, and Mr. Williams is going to come back and say, well, she didn't know the date. So this is what I'll do. She can come back Monday, May 1st, 9 a.m.
Yes, sir.
And if she's not here, there'll be a KPS issued at that time.
I understand, sir.
All right.
I'm grateful.
All right.
Your Honor, did you ever indicate about Jennifer Flowers, about her appearing by Zoom?
I had her on Zoom. She wasn't. They called that case, and we'd already agreed to a continuance, so we just told her that day.
Because there's someone else here that has been here all day. That's
Okay.
represented by her, and he was just asking
And
me.
his name?
Michael Hortes.
We talked about that. Where were you? We talked about your name extensively.
Took lunch break, sir.
But I told you but Jennifer Flowers was up calling.
I told her, but she never got to call me up there. I was here all the way in.
Well, then that's why I tried not to let everybody stampede out of here like happened, and I tried stopping everybody. I said, if you're with the PD, I'm going to let you go now, but if you're with Miss Flowers or Miss Gooden, I think at the time was still waiting too, that you needed to stay here. Now your lawyer's not here.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Okay, well, did Miss Flowers indicate what she was going to do with the case?
I
Anyone
can look at the
remember?
notes here, and I don't remember.
Tell her she needs to be here.
I want her to hear you say it as well, sir. I'm so sorry. I didn't know that she got the message.
Okay, well, does she even know who I am? She can't hear, okay. No, I think you're fine right there. Can you hear me, Miss Lige, is that what it is?
Lige.
Lige. Miss Lige, can you hear me?
Desiree, the judge is asking you, can you hear him?
All right. Miss Deputy Hudson, I'm going to let her come up so I can scream into this phone. Oh, okay, I guess I'll bring it up. Ma'am, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
All right, this is Judge Oberliesen. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt that you're not here, but you need to be here Monday, May 1st at 9 o'clock. Otherwise, there is going to be a KPS for you.
Yes, sir.
All right. You'll be in front of Judge Gontarek that day. I understand, Mr. Williams, your lawyers explained it, but I need you to get back here so they can give you a new date. May 1st,
Yes, sir.
9 o'clock, Crestview Courthouse in front of Judge Gontarek.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. No problem. All right. Can anyone reach out to Ms. Flowers to find out what she was going to do?
I'll call her, Judge.
On-
I tried calling her a little while ago, she picked up next to her office, left the phone number, what it was regarding.
Well, but she was here for hours, sir. I'm trying to make it easy, but I can't really handle your case without her here, at least knowing what we're going to do. Mr. Williams, do you have any other cases you can call while we...
I do, Judge. James Ham.
All right, 22 CF 2409. While they're doing that, Mr. Ham, you want to raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. You state your full name for the record, please.
James Brian Ham.
All right, Mr. Ham, if you could kind of just redirect that microphone a little closer to you, just so everything gets picked up.
Negotiated plea agreement, Judge. It'll be a misdemeanor. State will announce a null process to count 1. So there won't be any score sheet.
Okay. Let me just for the misdemeanor. All right, Mr. Ham, have you gone over this plea and sentencing agreement with your attorney, Mr. Williams? All right, it looks like it's set for you to plead to count 1, which is possession of drug paraphernalia only. It's a first-degree misdemeanor, punishable by up to a year in jail and a $1,000 fine. Is that what you want to do today?
Yes, sir.
All right, the actual agreement calls for an adjudication, court costs, which are what, $270 on a misdemeanor?
Yes, sir.
All right. $50 cost of prosecution, $50 PD application fee, $50 PD fee, PD case resolution fee. I haven't heard. Okay. All right. Is that what you want to do today,
Yes,
sir? All right. Are you under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, controlled substances, or prescription medications? Any mental health issues or concerns that can impair your ability to make this decision today? Have you had enough time to speak with Mr. Williams?
Yes, sir.
Has he answered all of your questions? You satisfied with his advice and representation?
Yes, sir.
All right. And anyone force, pressure, or threaten you to enter this plea?
No, sir.
Anyone promise you anything in return for this plea?
No, sir.
Do you understand that by entering a plea, you're giving up your right to a trial? The state would have to prove this charge beyond all reasonable doubt. Have you gone over your trial rights that you're giving up?
Sir.
And that's part of the agreement that you've looked over and signed? Any questions about those?
Yes,
Do you understand that you're waiving all potential defenses you had to those charges?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what is your plea?
No contest. No contest.
Okay. I'll accept your no contest plea as freely, voluntarily, knowingly given. Count 1 is going to be dismissed by the state.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right.
Yes.
Count 1 is dismissed by the state. Count 2, adjudication of guilt, court cost of $270, $50 cost of prosecution, $50 PD fee, $50 case resolution fee. Make sure that you go and talk to the clerk's office about setting up a payment plan for that. If you don't do that, they can ultimately D6 your license, which is a suspension, or send it to collections. Make sure you do that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything else for Mr. Ham?
No, Judge.
All right, 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence.
Judge Christopher Matthews. This is likewise going to be a plea. Come on up, Mr. Matthews.
All right, Mr. Matthews, while they're getting the paperwork ready, let me start with some questions for you. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right. We have an agreement?
Judge, now the state's got me.
I'll try to only think once.
Here's the
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Matthews, I've been handed a plea and sentencing agreement. Did you go over this with your lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're currently charged with possession of a controlled substance, which is a third-degree felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a first-degree misdemeanor. Do you understand those?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And the agreement calls for on the felony possession charge 5 years of probation, Keaton inpatient program. You know all that? Okay. All right. Is that what you want to do today? Yes. All right. Are you currently under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, controlled substances, or prescription medications that could impair your ability to make this decision? Do you have any mental health issues that would impair your ability to make this decision? And have you had enough time to speak with Mr. Williams, your attorney?
Yes.
Has he answered all of your questions? Are you satisfied with his advice and representation? Anyone force, pressure, or threaten you to enter this plea? Anybody promise you anything to make this plea other than what's in the agreement? Okay. Do you understand that by entering the plea, you're giving up your right to a trial where the state would have to prove by all reasonable doubt that you committed this offense or these offenses? Do you understand you're waiving that right? Do you understand you're waiving all the rights in the form about going to trial? Do you have any questions about those?
About the 5 years, I believe it was written.
There's an agreement to early termination and
okay,
halfway.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Upon application.
Upon application. Okay. I'll get to that part. I just want to make sure you understand your trial rights and that you're waiving those. And you're waiving any defenses that you may have had to these charges. All right. And what is your plea, sir?
No contest, Judge.
All right. No contendere. Are you giving your no contest plea freely, voluntarily, and knowingly? All right. I'll accept your plea as freely, voluntarily, knowingly given. Calls for an adjudication of guilt. Mr. Matthews, you understand if you weren't previously, this would make you a convicted felon? Okay. All right. Count 1, adjudication, 5 years probation. Must successfully complete the Keaton inpatient program. Needs to report to Keaton for entry into the program within 48 hours. And comply with all directives for admission. Upon successful completion of the Keaton program, attend one NA or AA meeting per week for 6 months. All right, this is crossed off regarding the alcohol issue. Is that right? Okay. No controlled substances without a prescription. That's no using or possessing any controlled substances without a prescription. Random urine testing, $615 in court costs, $100 cost of prosecution. $50 PD application fee, $100 PD fee. State agrees to early termination at 2.5 years, which is halfway through. If all conditions completed, no violations, and you apply to do so, it doesn't happen automatically. Do you understand that? Yes? Okay. Count 2 is going to be adjudication of guilt and time served. Yes, ma'am. I think I have one already. Is that an updated one?
This one's probably going
Yeah, we have the old date on it, Judge.
There's some on there. I'll give you that. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Matthews, you scored state prison. Did you understand that?
Oh, yeah. No.
All right. And based on the uncoerced plea agreement, I'll downward depart and give you the 5 years probation instead of the 18 months that you normally would have scored. You understand that? Okay. But what that means, though, you still have all those points. If you were to violate your probation by not doing Keaton or any other conditions, you'd come back on a violation of probation, and you'd still have those points to deal with, plus any potential new points for a violation, and if it's a new felony violation, even more points. Do you understand that? Okay. So make sure you complete the program. I will... on that. All right. Anything that I've missed on Mr. Matthews?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Matthews, step over, be fingerprinted. You have 30 days to appeal. Thank you.
Your Honor, we request the supervision fees be waived.
All right. They'll be waived.
And in addition, are we saying report to Keaton by 4 p.m. on Wednesday?
That's what 48 hours would be, right?
We'll put that into order today.
Okay. Is there a better time to make sure that he's there as far as their intake?
Usually Keaton likes him coming from the jail
He
because
bonded
they're
out.
more likely not to be using drugs than the free.
He's not in jail, though, so.
And may be a problem once he gets over there if he
Okay.
does test positive.
All right. If he tests positive? But what if he used before today?
We'll send it over there.
No, it would not be a violation of his supervision, Judge.
All right, Mr. Matthews, let me just tell you this. If you show up and Keaton believes that you might be under the influence when you get there, it's going to end up being a violation and go into all the violation issues we talked about, right? All right, so make sure you don't use between now and then. All right. Because as of right now, you're on probation, so those are already conditions I've ordered. Well, typically, the first one doesn't violate you unless they can prove that you did it afterwards, but that's going to be a tough one for them. But, all right. But at the same time, if they test you and they want to do one of those special kind of chemical analysis that tells you how much is in there, they can do that. And if they want to try and prove that as a violation, they can try to do that. But I wouldn't use between now and then because that's what I've already ordered you to not do. All right. Next case, Mr. Williams.
Crystal Hall, 20 CF 864.
Crystal Hall. Do you know if she's or not? She's not here. Have you had any contact with her?
I have, Judge. In fact, I spoke to her Friday, Thursday, recently.
Y'all have a Crystal Hall in the back? Oh, that's... All right. Okay. She's already set for 427.
Judge, I see that now, looking at my file. Here by mistake. Jeremiah Matthews.
Jeremiah Matthews. $47. Number sounds familiar. Matthews is not here?
KPS.
All right, KPS, no bond.
Ashley Mayan Oviedo.
Is it not coming on?
What are we doing in Miss Oviedo's case?
Judge, in the interest of trying to get the case resolved, ma'am, can you come in and see me on Friday? Let's pass it until Monday, Judge. It may be that I can get the case resolved by then. It would be without subpoenas.
May 1st, 9 o'clock, ma'am. Make sure you're back on that date. Make sure you get in touch with Mr. Williams in the meantime so he can talk to you about resolving your case.
Call my office and schedule an appointment. Be doing office appointments on Fridays. Eddie McBride.
Mr. McBride has two cases, 22 CF 72, 22 CF 792. What are we doing on Mr. McBride's cases?
Judge, I've raised an issue with count one of 2272, and I don't think the state's had a chance to look at that as yet. That's not going to resolve both the cases, and I don't know that there's a little misdemeanor along with it on the second case. I say count that one. No, it would be count one of 22792. is the one where I raised the issue.
No objection to continue.
All right, let's just continue it then, Judge.
All right, Mr. McBride, any objection to continuing your case?
No, sir.
All right, June 26th at 1:30. Make sure you stay in touch with Mr. Williams.
Jamari McCray. Let's see.
Right, you're here in 22 CF 2535.
Judge, we've got to negotiate in the plea in this case. Let me look and see if it still needs signature. It does. I have a score sheet. Let me grab it and I'll bring it to you.
Just make sure there's a release.
Probably is not, ma'am. It would be the one that was originally sent over with discovery. No, it's got Judge Ketchell's name on it.
Is it going to be the same score sheet, just different judge's name on it?
Yes, sir. And
Fix that,
Judge,
right?
what I think we can do, unless Ms. Basso has an objection, is just cross it out, let you put your name, and then today's date on Davis Center.
Correct, Your Honor. We've been getting some flack from probation, make sure we have that correct. Not these guys.
And I also noticed it wasn't done in
No, I don't
software
do
I
that.
hate so much.
I don't do that. Old school.
Mr. McCray, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're here in 22 CF 2535, charges of extortion, and which is a second-degree felony punished by up to 15 years in prison, a $10,000 fine, as well as unlawful use of a two-way communication device, third-degree felony, $5,000 fine, 5 years in prison. Those are maximums, obviously not what they're asking for, which involves 3 years probation is what they're asking for. Does that sound right to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, is that what you want to do today?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, controlled substances, or prescription medication?
No, sir.
Are you having mental health issues or concerns that could prevent you from being able to make a decision today?
No, sir.
Have you had enough time to speak with Mr. Williams?
Yes, sir.
And has he answered all of your questions?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with his advice and representation?
Yes, sir.
Has anyone forced, pressured, or threatened you in any way to enter this plea?
No, sir.
Has anyone promised you anything to enter this plea other than what's in the plea and sentencing agreement?
No, sir.
You understand you're giving up your right to a trial and all your trial rights to do so?
Yes, sir.
And so the state won't have to prove anything beyond all reasonable doubt like they normally would in a trial?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have any questions about your trial rights that you went over?
No. No, sir.
All right. You understand you're waiving all potential defenses?
Yes, sir.
And what is your plea?
Plea would be no contest, Judge.
I'll accept your plea of no contest as freely, voluntarily, knowingly given. Withhold. Okay, it's a withhold of adjudication, 3 years probation with standard conditions, no contact with the victim.
That's correct.
Initials GMD. Is that going to be concurrent across both cases?
Judge, that's going to be the easiest way to do is just make it concurrent on each count.
For both counts?
Yes, sir.
These are both felonies. Standard court cost, what's the court cost for that? $515 in court costs. I'm going to write that on top of that there. All right, $222.50 cost of transportation, $60 restitution, $100 cost of prosecution, $50 application fee to the PD, and $100 PD fee. That's, again, a withhold, as I've said. Anything about cost of supervision? Okay, we'll request that it'll be waived, will be granted. Anything that I've missed for Mr. McCray? All right.
That's all that I have, Judge.
All right, and this is this guideline sentence?
Yes, sir.
Right. Well, Problem is, I don't have the rest of it filled out. Page 2 seems to be a little lacking in data.
That's
I
what
mean,
I
it
have,
looks like
Judge. Let me see if I've got another
it's
copy in here.
36 points for the first, well, is it 36? Yep. 36 points for the extortion. He's got 3.6.
Yeah, I've got another
So
copy.
he scored, your total that you have is 40 points, so it's a guideline sentence, but it's not filled the rest of the way out as far as the sentence computation.
Sorry, Judge, that was a copy that I had made, and it looks like it didn't do the whole thing.
You guys just don't fill it in if it's over.
Oh, okay, his, if I may, I think it is a little different. I think I filled in the 40 and the 20.
Yeah, that's all that's missing from mine. I don't mind if y'all handwrite it in, I just don't have it.
Looks like you just need to drop down the 40 to line 9, I believe.
Oh, wait. Yeah. Well, check spelling here. It's been a while.
Okay. I just switched my.
All right, so that's the 3 years probation. All right, there's a sentencing agreement. There's the score sheet. All right, anything else for Mr. McCray? All right, 30 days
Not
to
that I
appeal.
can think of, Judge. He will talk with probation.
He'll talk with probation
resides
before
in
he
Georgia, and they'll work out the interstate compact with him.
All right, make sure you talk to them right now, sir.
Your Honor, that'll be $100 before any of the papers processed per the interstate compact rule.
Okay.
And just so he will know, do you have a Georgia ID? Yeah. Okay. That'll help a little bit. Can't go today. Go with that. What was, excuse me, Your Honor, what was the restitution, 220?
There was $222.52 transportation and $60 restitution. It didn't say to whom.
Cost of transportation was cost from serving the warrant and bringing it.
Oh, I understand, but it said there's cost of transportation, that said $60 restitution. I didn't know who the restitution went to.
Oh, it's to GM.
GMD?
Yes, sir. I think Ms. Basso's taking care of it, Judge.
All right, who do we have next?
All right. Nicole McGee.
Nicole McGee. We didn't call that one, did we?
Judge, this is
23 CF 365.
We will need a score sheet on that.
Do you want me to sign the plea form, or how about?
Go right ahead.
Swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, I've been handed a plea form for 23 CF 365 that calls for probation on the possession with intent, which is for a 15-year maximum, 10,000 fine, maximum second-degree felony, as well as the paraphernalia 1 year, $1,000 maximum. Do you understand those things?
Yes, sir.
All right, is that what you want to do today?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, controlled substances,
No,
or
sir.
prescription medication? Any mental health issues or concerns that could impair your ability to make this decision?
No, sir.
Have you had enough time to speak with Mr. Williams about this?
Yes, sir.
And has he answered all of your questions?
Yes, sir.
And is there, are you satisfied with his advice and representation?
Yes, sir.
Anyone force, pressure, or threaten you to enter this term? Anyone promise you anything other than what's in the agreement?
No, sir.
You understand that by entering a plea, you're giving up your right to a trial where the state would have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you committed these offenses.
Yes, sir.
And you're giving up your trial rights that are specifically given up and discussed in your plea agreement. And do you have any questions about those? All right, do you understand that you're waiving any potential defense that you may have? And what is your plea?
No contest.
I'll accept your no contest plea is freely, voluntarily, knowingly given. On count one, it's going to be adjudication of guilt. Do you understand that makes you a convicted felon?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 12 months probation, controlled substance evaluation and treatment, evaluation within 30 days, begin treatment, if any, within 60 days, $615 court cost, $100 cost of prosecution, $50 application fee, $100 PD case resolution fee, special condition, do not associate with known drug users, except in
Counseling or 12-step
counseling or
program.
12-step meetings. Okay. So adjudication of guilt on count two and time served for that. Anything else for Ms. McGee?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Step over, be fingerprinted. You have 30 days to appeal. This is a guideline sentence.
Based on the public defender.
All right. Will be waived.
And there was a condition I missed, something about a AA or NA.
Okay. Do not associate with known drug users except in counseling or 12-step meetings.
She's not ordered into 12-step meetings, but I suggest them to pretty much every drug user that I represent. I don't want her to get jammed up for being around drug users at a 12-step meeting.
We're not that petty on probation for that.
But someone may take over for you. All right, Judge, well, he's incarcerated, but I think he's been brought down. Alan Mobley.
Ellen Mobley?
Mobley.
He's in custody.
Okay. Taylor Mooney.
Taylor Mooney, is that you? Okay. Ms. Mooney, you're here in 22 CF 2050. What are we going to do with Ms. Mooney?
Judge, this is a plea agreement. It is to misdemeanors, and so there will not be a score sheet.
Ms. Mooney, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You're here in 22 CF 2050, charges of domestic violence, battery, first-degree misdemeanor. Maximum incarceration is 1 year, $1,000 fine. Possession of controlled substance, which is the THC oil. Third-degree felony, max incarceration, 5 years, $5,000 fine. Do you understand those two possible charges?
Yes.
Okay. But you've agreed under the plea and sentencing agreement to, is that 1 year probation? It just says 1 year.
I'll tell you what, let me look at it.
It almost looks like
Where it says or where
it's as charged, but it's the same charge that's at the top.
Well, actually, it's not. It's she's pleading to
Non-domestic.
simple battery, non-domestic. So the max incarceration
Okay,
on
I've
that
got
is
you now.
1 year, and the fine is $1,000.
And then so as far as the terms, it's
The terms are
at the bottom, the withhold court cost.
yes, sir.
Okay, so no probation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, is that your understanding, ma'am? Okay. Are you currently under the influence of any, did I go through that already?
I don't think
No,
Said
you
about
do not,
100 times.
and I am not.
Okay. You're not under the influence of any alcohol,
No.
drugs, or controlled substances? Okay. Any mental health issues or concerns that could impair your ability to make a decision?
No, Your Honor.
Have you had enough time to speak with Mr. Williams, your
I
lawyer?
have.
Has he answered all of your questions?
He has.
Are you satisfied with his advice and representation?
Most definitely.
Most definitely?
Yes.
Okay, I thought you said mostly at first. I was like, oh, no,
Yeah,
we got
just a
something to
little
talk about now. All right. Anybody force, pressure, or threaten you to take this plea?
They have not.
Anybody promise you anything other than what's in the agreement?
No.
Anybody, do you understand that by entering the plea, You're giving up your right to a trial and all your trial rights that are enumerated inside the plea agreement. Do you have any questions about that?
I do.
Okay, and you understand you're waiving any potential defenses that you have to those charges? Okay. So your plea, it's going to be to simple battery, not domestic, and on count 2, lesser included of paraphernalia, also a first-degree misdemeanor. You understand that?
I understand.
Okay, that's your agreement that you made with
Yes.
them? Okay. And what is your plea?
No contest.
That for you, no contest. I'll accept your no contest plea as freely, voluntarily, knowingly made. Withhold adjudication is to count 1, simple battery, count 2, lesser included of drug paraphernalia, first-degree misdemeanor. Court costs will be $270, is that right, with simple battery, or is there $622? So that's the 201 and 151, right? Okay. $622 in court costs, $50 cost of prosecution, $50 application fee to the PD, $50 PD fee. Make sure that you go down to the clerk's office and make a payment plan for that, so you can pay that off, since you're not on probation.
Does that come out of the bond amount? Or?
Yeah, they will take from the bond.
So she has a cash bond of $2,000 and $1,000, so $3,000 total. They'll pull that first and return that money. So it looks like you probably won't have to pay anything out of pocket at this point. All right. Anything else for Ms. Mooney?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence. It's just misdemeanor, so we don't have to have a score sheet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, I've got, let me call Ray Mobley first, 22 CF 2545. Mr. Mobley was here earlier, appeared to be ill, advised that he was going to urgent care. He called our office and informed us that he was going to be there probably another couple of hours. It looks like he's been detained longer than that. What I'd ask the court to do is let me go ahead and appear for him. I believe we've got a negotiated plea on this. There was one, the amount of the fine he wanted me to go back and talk with the state about. So if we can pass him for Monday, I think we can get it resolved.
Can you get him here on Monday?
I believe I can, Judge.
All right. Note his lack of appearance for today, but we'll put him on Monday, May 1st at 9 a.m.
Judge, the next is a communication issue. Mr. Harris and I have been going back and forth over his offer. His offer was a couple of different possibilities. Mr. Harris actually resides in Montgomery, and he had inquired at one point about whether or not there was any way to resolve the case, and I had explained that, yes, there was. We could do it in writing, etc. He emailed me Saturday to advise which of the options he was taking, and in talking with my secretary today, apparently there was thought that I was just going to be able to appear for him and not do a written plea in absentia. Judge, I can fix this. He's been in continual contact with our office. He's actually driven down from Montgomery. He was in court personally back on January 5th. If the court will allow, I'd like to try to get him down for Monday. Either that or to get the written plea. Or maybe set him for, what was that later date we were using for a written plea in absentia? Because he's pleading to
The
miss.
4th, May 4th?
Yeah, I guess that was it.
That's fine.
Okay.
All right, so put it on for May 4th for receipt of a written plea or for him to be here.
Yes, Your Honor, that's fine.
Set these aside. Judge, I think everybody else that I've got is incarcerated. Oh, what's your name, sir? McMullen. Judge, Mr. McMullen was one I thought I called earlier for. Pull that file real quick.
And Your Honor, while he's pulling the file, Michael Quick, you had asked us to contact Mr. that like her to be put on
All right, Mr. Huertas.
Oh, sir.
All right, well, we'll put you on and you can make that decision on that date, but plea your trial for Monday, May 1st at 9 a.m. Be back then. Make sure to reach out to Ms. Flowers in the meantime so y'all can talk about that, and they'll see you back on Monday. All right, sorry for the delay, but yeah, I wanted everyone that was No, I won't give one to you if you're here.
Appreciate it. I'll be here Monday.
All right, it won't be me, but they'll see you back here that day.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Judge, I've got this down for defense continuance, 626 at 1:30.
All right, Mr. McMullen, any objection to that?
No, sir.
June 26, 1:30. Make sure you stay in touch with your lawyer.
Okay, you're here with somebody else?
Yes.
Is anybody here to be seen that has a case? What's your name, sir? Robert Hall? Judge, he's pro se.
All right, Mr. Hall, come on up. All right, Mr. Hall, you're here in 23 CF 160, charges of, looks like possession of a controlled substance, third-degree felony, as well as driving while license suspended or revoked. You understand those charges? Okay. Have you previously asked for an attorney?
The paperwork out, but I've had a ride, and my ride's left that day before I can get it filled out.
Okay. Can we give him, do you want me to try to appoint you a lawyer? Okay. Do you have a form that he can fill out?
I got a PDF I can give him, Judge.
But you can go ahead and appoint him.
So if I review it, or are you allowed to review it? I've heard about this.
Yeah. You can appoint them, and then
If there's an issue, Judge, we would file a motion to withdraw.
Okay. All right. So what I'll do is I'll provisionally appoint the Public Defender's Office for Mr. Hall, contingent on you filling out that application and turning that in to the clerk's office. If you don't do that, or you do it and it shows that you don't qualify, PD's office is going to file a motion to withdraw because that you don't qualify, you understand? All right, so make sure you get that done, though. Don't miss out on a lawyer just because you didn't fill out some paperwork. All right. So based on that, Mr. Hall, what I can do is give you a new court date of June 26th. Is that okay with you? All right, I'm going to go ahead and put him on the 1:30 docket because I've provisionally appointed the PD.
Thank you, Judge.
Did y'all have any issue with that state? June 26th for Mr. Hall?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
We have another one without an attorney also, Your Honor.
Okay. Your name is? Johnson? Johnson. You're here in 23 CF 236. Have you previously asked for a lawyer?
No, sir.
Did you fill out paperwork to ask for one? Okay. All right, you're here charged with, it looks like, possession of a controlled substance, third-degree felony, as well as what's listed as a financial responsibility violation. I think that means no insurance.
Your Honor, may I ask her first name?
Megan Johnson,
Megan.
23 CF 236.
Thank you.
Can you afford your own attorney now?
I'm filling it out.
No. Do y'all have another form we can give her? All right.
I was told that the charges were going to be dismissed if I paid these court fees.
All right. Let's see.
I can verify that, Your Honor. 1 second, I'm trying to access the case.
They will dismiss once court costs of $615 is paid, is what the clerk's minute shows, and it
Yeah.
looks like she paid that on
She did?
Friday.
then the state will dismiss the charges against Ms. Johnson.
That makes it easier. All right. State's dismissed your case. Thank you. All right, do we have anyone else in the gallery? Okay.
I believe my inmates are here. They're all fantastic.
I hope we're not still transported.
Ready when you are.
I know dinner was probably 3 hours ago for them, but that's good. All right, Mr. Gibbs, do you want to start calling cases?
Happy to, Judge.
I guess go ahead with the PDs and then we'll get to the other ones. You said we've got about 30 of them? You said we have about 30 cases left?
I have 5 inmates of my own, Judge. I'm also standby counsel for number 60 on the transport list, Ms. Cornish.
All right, who do we want to call first?
Happy to go down the list. I first have a James Alford, number 52, Robert Arena, Cody Bell, Jeffrey Brown, and Kaylee Griffin.
Okay.
The rest, Judge, have waivers of appearance on file.
Okay.
Actually, while we're doing that, I did provide a list to the clerk of cases that I have filed a waiver of appearance. I'd like to simply continue all of those to June 26th of the 1:30 docket, if there's no objection.
Okay, so the ones that are crossed off we're not doing. When are we putting these two?
June 26th is the 1:30 docket, Judge.
Okay. All right, and
If you need to
waivers
announce.
filed on each of them?
There is a waiver filed on each of them, Judge.
Okay. Is it just the one page?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can email you another copy if you'd like.
Okay.
Well, he has my minute sheets.
Oh, okay.
I'll give you
True.
All right. Nicholas Adkins, 23 CF 373 and 23 CF 531. We'll go June 26th at 1:30.
Yes, Judge. That reminds me, we do have a stipulation to modify his bonds to a signature bond as well.
Okay. All right, and Ms. Leone, have you stipulated to his bond?
Yes, Your Honor, I have.
All right. In the state, if you have any objections to these particular ones that I go through.
No, Your Honor, I already discussed that with Mr. Gibbs.
Okay. All right, so I'm just going to go through them. Atkins already did. Ellie Ainsworth, 23 CF 178, also June 26th at 1:30 p.m. Stephen Arp, 22 CF 1833, June 26th at 1:30. Alexander Barrios, I represented him before. 22 CF 2631 will be June 26th at 1:30. Jason Blocker, 22 CF 1710 and 22 CF 2879. That'll be June 26th at 1:30. Bobby Booker, 23 CF 185 and 388. That'll be June 26th at 1:30 p.m. Connie Brown Menzies, 22 CF 1911, June 26th at 1:30. Brandon Burdett, 22 CF 2160, June 26th at 1:30. Richard Carpenter, 22 CF 3090, 22 CF 1727, 22 CF 681. That'll be June 26th at 1:30. Rocky Carter, 23 CF 80, 22 CF 2905, 22 CF 2765, 21 CF 1897, June 26th at 1:30. Timothy Carter, 21 CF 2874, June 26th at 1:30. Frederick Carruthers, 22 CF 3038, June 26th at 1:30. Gladys Chansey, 1616.
Yes, she has recently been declared non-restorable, Judge.
Okay.
She is out of custody, though.
16 CF 1505, June 26th at 1:30. Nathan Craig, 22 CF 1553, June 26th at 1:30. Seth Crooks, 23 CF 479, June 26th at 1:30. Jonathan Corey Davis, 22 CF 2802, 6/26 at 1:30. Horace Durden, 22 CF 2587, June 26 at 1:30. Brandon Dykes, 21 CF 1811, 21 CF 1909, June 26 at 1:30. Kelly Ellis, 22 CF 1842, June 26 at 1:30. James George, 20 CF 269, 22 CF 190, June 26 at 1:30. Tomushin?
Tomushin is how it's
Tomushin
pronounced, Judge.
Tillman, 21 CF 35 and 21 CF 1266, be June 26 at 1:30. Adam Truman, 22 CF 2818, will be June 26 at 1:30. Amos Washington, 21 CF 2413, June 26 at 1:30. And Eddie Wilson, 21 CF 567, June 26 at 1:30.
Thank you, Your Honor. Marnie, are we ready on Mr. Alford?
Mr. Alford, James Alford,
Marnie, are we ready on Mr. Alford?
23 CF 193. All right.
Your Honor, Tim Gibbs on behalf of Mr. James Alford. This is 23 CF 193. Judge, we'd like to leave this set on May 1st for docket day without subpoenas for a plea or continuance. I believe we are very close to a resolution on this case.
Any issue
No
with the
objection.
date? All right. Any issue with that, Mr. Alford?
No, sir.
May 1st, 9 a.m. We'll see you back on that date.
All right, thanks, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, Tim Gibbs on behalf of Robert Arena, 23 CF 413. Judge, if I can have just a moment with Mr. Arena to review a written plea. Oh, goodness. If that's still what you wanted to. Right there. State, please, which is April 24th. Your Honor, if I may approach with a written plea in his first sheet. No objection to this first sheet, Judge.
All right, Mr. Arena, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, can you state your full name for the record, please?
Robert John Arena III.
Okay, and you're here in 23 CF 413. It looks like the state's going to dismiss counts, make sure I've got this right, 2 and 3, correct?
Correct, Judge.
And
Those should
count
be the
1 will
only-
be 12.1 months DOC. Is that your understanding, Mr. Arena? All right, before I can let you plead, I'm going to ask you some questions. Are you currently under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, controlled substances, or prescription medications that could impair your ability to make the decision to enter this plea today? No? Okay. If you could just pull that microphone up to him a little bit more, Mr. Gibb. Do you have any mental health issues or concerns that could impair your ability to enter this plea today?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you had enough time to speak with Mr. Gibbs?
Yes, sir.
Has he answered all of your questions?
Yes, sir.
And are you satisfied with his advice and representation? All right. Plea and sentencing agreement I've been handed, you've looked over that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you sign it?
Yeah.
Yep. All right. And it looks like you'd be entering a plea to just one count of attempted burglary of an occupied conveyance, which is a third-degree felony and punished by up to 5 years in prison and a $5,000 fine.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's still what you want to do today. Has anyone forced, pressured, or threatened you in any way to enter that plea?
No, sir.
Has anyone promised you anything to get you to enter the plea other than what's in the agreement?
No, sir.
All right. Do you understand that by entering a plea, you're giving up your right to a trial where the state would have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you committed that attempted burglary?
Yes, sir.
and that you'd be giving up your rights to trial by jury, your right to confront and cross-examine witnesses against you, the right to call witnesses on your own behalf, the right to testify on your own behalf or remain silent, which would be your option at that trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Have you gone through all the trial rights that are enumerated inside of the agreement?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have any questions about those? No? Do you understand that you're waiving any potential defenses that you have? Bless you.
Sir?
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. And what is your plea?
You need to answer on that.
No contest, sir.
Okay. And are you giving your no contest plea freely, voluntarily, and knowingly? Which means it's your decision that you've made after discussing it with your attorney, Mr. Gibbs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I'm going to accept your no contest plea to count 1. State's going to announce a null process in counts 2 and 3, I believe.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's announced. Adjudicate guilty on count 1, the attempted burglary, occupied conveyance. Sentence you to 12.1 months in the Department of Corrections. Credit for all time served, $100 cost of prosecution, $415 in court costs, $150 PD fee. Those money will go to collections since you're going to be serving a prison sentence. You understand that, Mr. Arena? You understand that, Mr. Arena?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Anything else from Mr. Arena other than fingerprints?
They'll need to be fingerprinted.
They'll need to be fingerprinted in 30 days to appeal. This is a guideline sentence, correct? And you don't object to the score sheet? Step over, be fingerprinted, Mr. Arena. Again, 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence.
Judge, while we're doing that, I did notice that I have a Cecily Austin also on docket. She is in 22 CF 2763, 21 CF 1945. She contacted our office and indicated that she was having transportation issues. I'd request to appear on her behalf if we could leave her set for May 1st on docket day without subpoenas.
Any issues
Yeah,
with that?
that's fine. Who was this, Mr. Gibbs?
Cecily Austin.
Okay. Oh.
And that's 21 CF 1945, 22 CF 2763.
Yes, Judge.
We'll place Miss Austin on May 1st at 9 a.m. Note her lack of appearance today, but with the reason that Mr. Gibbs gave. However, if she doesn't appear on May 1st, I would expect Judge Gunteric to enter a KPS for her.
Your Honor, Tim Gibbs on behalf of Cody Bell. This is 22 CF 2079. Your Honor, we are still in negotiations with the state. If we could leave this, we'd ask to continue this to, or Mr. Bell would ask to continue this to 6/26 without subpoenas for pre-trial.
Judge, this has been continued once previously. We'd ask to leave it on for docket day. The offer will expire at docket day. As charged, he scores 51.45 months. That's to elude lascivious molestation and several counts of contributing delinquency of a minor. Maximum is 18 years. State did accept defense's counteroffer of 4 years DOC to elude lascivious conduct. However, if that's not what he wants to do, we're going to revoke that offer on next Monday.
Gibbs, anything else you want to tell me?
We'll be ready for trial.
if we could leave this on Monday, leave that offer open, potentially have the alleged victims here if necessary, so that they can put their input in recorded marks.
We've already spoken with them. They're in agreement with your DOC offer. But we would be ready for trial if that we can't resolve it on Monday.
Okay. All right, we'll put clear trial on Monday, May 1st.
4 years. Okay. Just go ahead and do that.
Are we okay to resolve it today with the?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Very well. Judge, I do have a written plea agreement typed up for him. This is a final decision.
Yes, that's fine.
If you sign this, and the judge accepts your plea, there's no going back.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay? All right.
We have a score sheet.
Yes, Your Honor.
She has it.
Okay.
Your charge for molestation.
While they're filling that out, Ms. Barrickman, let me just make sure with you, you said you've already contacted and spoke with the victim and their families?
My advocate has, yes.
Okay, and they're fine with this particular plea offer being made?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Still have two.
And you got patient. Can't contact him.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
What else is there? There you go.
Should I put initials? You want to bring him back? It's going to be...
You've not signed it yet, some of the terms have changed. Yes, it is to a lesser. Specifically and TMS. Okay, so
So what's up? So would that go to collections?
That'll all go to collections as well,
Okay.
yeah. Now, when you get out, and if you want to try to get it out of collections, let us know.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions?
If I have anything, I'll write you.
Do you understand that you're giving up your trial rights? You are not going to a trial. You're not getting to confront any of these witnesses.
Yes.
You understand that?
Yes.
You understand you're waiving that?
Yes.
This is what you want to do. I need you to sign right there, please.
Yes. And can you mail me a copy of this?
Yes.
Okay.
If you would please put today's date, which is April 25th. Any other questions?
No, I'll write you a letter.
Okay. Your Honor, if we may approach.
It is a guideline sentence?
It's above the guidelines, but it's within the guidelines.
Oh, I understand.
Yes. Does not downward depart nor upward depart.
Okay, so the points dropped because it was switched to conduct?
Correct. It drops one level.
Okay, so this is no contact with the victims, and those are the initials there. I just
Those-
want to make
those
sure.
minor
I'm
initials,
yes,
Okay.
Judge.
Just want to make sure it's just. All right, Mr. Bell, can you raise your right hand? The other one, there we go. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Sir.
All right, Mr. Bell, you're here in 22 CF 2079 with initial charges of lewd and lascivious molestation, which is a second-degree felony, punishable by up to 15 years and $10,000 fine, and 3 counts of contributing to the delinquency of a minor, which are first-degree misdemeanors, punishable by up to 1 year in county jail, as well as $1,000 fine each. Do you understand that
Yes, sir.
what you were charged with? All right, I've been given a plea and sentencing agreement that calls for you to serve 4 years in the Department of Corrections, state prison, to the lesser included offense of lewd and lascivious conduct, which is still a second-degree felony, but a lower level. Do you understand that? Okay, and then be time served for the other cases. About how much time served does he have, Mr. Gibbs?
He's been in
Almost a
since
year.
August 2022.
8 months.
Okay, 8 months. All right. All right, is that what you want to do today, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. First of all, can you state your full name for the record?
Cody Allen Bell.
All right, and Mr. Bell, are you currently under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, controlled substances, or prescription medications that could impair your ability to make this decision to enter this plea today?
Sir.
Do you have any mental health issues or concerns that could impair your ability to enter this decision?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Have you had enough time to speak with your lawyer, Mr. Gibbs?
Yes.
Has he answered all of your questions?
Yes.
Is there anything that you've asked him to do that he's failed to do or refused to do?
What was that?
Is there anything that you've asked him to do that he's failed to do or refused
No,
to
sir,
do?
he's done everything correctly.
Okay. Are you satisfied with his advice and representation?
Yes, he's great.
Okay. And do you feel as if anyone has forced, pressured, or threatened you in any way to enter this plea?
Yes, sir.
Has anyone promised you anything in order to get you to take this plea that's not in the agreement?
No.
You understand that by entering a plea, you're giving up your right to a trial. The state would have to prove each of these charges
Yes.
beyond all reasonable doubt.
Yes.
And you'll also be giving up your rights to trial, which includes the right to plead not guilty, right to trial by a jury, right to be represented at trial by a lawyer, the right to compel and make any witnesses come to trial or subpoena them to be there. Do you understand those things? You also understand that you have the right to present any or be present when witnesses testify against you. You have the right to cross-examine those witnesses. You have the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself. You have the right to present any and all defenses that you may have. You have the right to appeal all matters, including the issue of guilt or innocence. You're giving up all these rights in order to enter this plea. You understand that?
Sir.
All right. You're giving up your right to file any motions to suppress evidence, and you're giving up your right for your attorney to further investigate your case, including in locating and deposing any potential other witnesses. You're giving up your right to testify on your own behalf at a trial. Do you understand all those things? Yes? I just need to hear you for the
Yes,
for the
sir.
record. It's fine. All right. You understand you're waiving any potential defenses that you've had to these charges?
Yes.
Okay. And do you understand that by entering this plea, you'll be designated as a sexual offender?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand that by entering this plea, if you're not a U.S. citizen, it would lead to your deportation?
Yes.
All right. And what is your plea?
Do you plead no contest?
Yeah, no contest.
All right. Are you giving your no contest plea freely, voluntarily, and knowingly?
Freely.
And knowingly, you know what you're doing here
Yes,
today?
yes.
Do you have any questions for me before I accept your plea?
No, just for my attorney.
Okay. Do you want to talk to him before I accept your plea?
Any other questions for me?
All right, anything else, Mr. Bell?
No, sir.
Okay. Then I'm going to accept your no contest plea as freely, voluntarily, knowingly given. As to count one, the lesser included lewd and lascivious conduct, I'm going to sentence you to 4 years in the Department of Corrections, $100 cost of prosecution. Do we have a court cost for that? Okay, 151, so 302. Okay, so $515 in court costs plus the $251 court costs, $150 PD fee. Those will all be sent to collections. I'm going to order that you have no contact with the victims in the case. $320.40 cost of transportation. Do designate you as a sexual offender. Counts 2 through 4, it's going to be time served. Those are the misdemeanor charges. Obviously adjudicate you guilty across the board. Anything else that I'm missing?
I think that covers it, Judge.
All right, step over, be fingerprinted. You have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court.
He does have two, he actually has warrants pending in Texas as well as Louisiana, Judge. I'm sure he'll have to finish out his sentence here in Florida. Possible to get him there sooner, then that would be much appreciated.
Okay, are these similar charges?
At least in Louisiana, yes.
All right, and this is a guideline sentence?
Yes, Judge.
And again, just to make sure it's clear that the victims were contacted and agreed upon this particular sentence.
Yes, Judge. My victim advocate reached out today. We will submit a sex offender order to you.
All right, thank you.
Next, Your Honor, I have Mr. Jeffrey Lamar Brown Jr. This is 22 CF 1911. I do have a written plea, Judge, that I'd like to go over with him briefly. It includes 23 CF 823. He's not yet been arraigned on that, but it does cover that as well. As the state, I believe, will be announcing a no prosecution on that case.
Oh, 3, because I got 7.
Your right to a trial in all of this. You're giving up the right to challenge everything. Okay, you understand that?
2 misdemeanor cases.
There's 2 misdemeanor case numbers. Well, and then talk to Mr. Hall about it, because he'll be your attorney. So that if this is what you want to do, I need you to sign right there. The date is April 23rd, or April 24th, I'm sorry. Make sure I've signed it. Your Honor, if I may approach with a written plea and a score sheet.
All right. Your name, sir?
Oh, Jeffrey Lamar Brown Jr.
Okay, and you're here in 22 CF 1911 and 23 CF 823. I've been handed a plea and sentencing agreement. Is that what you want to do today? Is that what you want to do, is enter this agreement? Yes, sir. All right, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Looks like you're charged with 2 counts of possession of a controlled substance, third-degree felonies, are each punished by up to 5 years in state prison and a $5,000 fine. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the agreement calls for 24 months of probation on both counts. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
And that's in the 22 CF 1911, and the state's going to announce the null price in 23 CF 823.
Yes, Your Honor, the state dismisses that case.
Okay. All right. Mr. Brown, are you currently under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, controlled substances?
No, sir.
Prescription medications that could impair your ability to make that decision today? I just have to finish so we're not talking at the same time. All right. And do you have any mental health issues or concerns that could impair your ability to enter this plea?
No, sir.
All right. Have you had enough time to speak with Mr. Gibbs, your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Has he answered all of your questions?
Yes, sir.
And are you satisfied with his advice and representation?
Yes, sir.
Has anyone forced, pressured, or threatened you in any way in order to get you to enter this plea?
No, sir.
Anyone promised you anything in return for this plea?
No, sir.
All right. And do you understand that by entering a plea, you're giving up your right to a trial where the state would have to prove beyond all reasonable doubt that you've committed these offenses?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you go through this form that shows all your other trial rights that you're giving up?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions about those?
No, sir.
Are you waiving all potential defenses that you have in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is your plea?
Do you plead no contest?
Yes, sir. No
No
contest.
contest? Okay. I'll accept your no contest plea as freely, voluntarily, knowingly given. 23 CF 823 has been dismissed by the state, and 22 CF 1911 will be 24 months of probation with the Department of Corrections. That's for each count to run concurrently. $100 cost of prosecution, $515 in court costs, $150 PD fee, substance abuse evaluation, and any recommended treatment, random urinalysis, no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. Is $515 the right court costs?
Yes, Your Honor, for possession of controlled substance, $515.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't another one of those other fees. All right. And it calls for an adjudication of guilt. Do you understand that makes you a convicted felon, Mr. Brown?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Anything else for Mr. Brown?
Not that I have, Judge. I think
All
that
right.
takes care of it.
And this is a guideline sentence. All right. Step over, be fingerprinted, Mr. Brown, and you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court.
We've got two cases.
And Your Honor, based on the public defender,
It'll be waived.
Yeah, we'll get fingerprinted and then you'll meet with probation. Your Honor, Tim Gibbs on behalf of Kaylee Griffin. This is 23 CF 298. If I may have just one moment. If you would, please sign right there for me. April 24th. And if I may approach with a written plea.
And the score sheet, they're printing out next door. I just need a chance to grab it.
We'll provide a score sheet. Okay. It is, Judge, it would be a guideline sentence. She does not score presumptive. I believe she'll score between 39 and 42 points.
32 months or points? What's she pleading to? Just the possession?
It's just the intro.
Just the intro without the possession, yes. I have
She
to.
should, yeah, it won't be a presumptive prison sentence, but she will be in the middle range.
But it's going to be a
That's correct.
12.1 month.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Ms. Griffin, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Can you state your full name for the record, please?
Kaylee Charlene Griffin.
You can put your hand All right, Ms. Griffin, I've got a plea agreement that has you pleading to just the introduction to contraband. Is that what you want to do today? Okay.
Sorry.
All right, I'm going to ask you a few questions about that. First of all, are you currently under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, controlled substances, or prescription medications that could impair your ability to make this decision today? Do you have any mental health issues or concerns that could impair your ability to make that decision today?
No, sir.
And have you had enough time to speak with your attorney, Mr. Gibbs?
Yes, sir.
Has he answered all of your questions?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with his advice and representation?
Yes, sir.
Has anyone forced, pressured, or threatened you in any way to enter this plea?
No, sir.
Has anyone promised you anything in return for this plea?
No, sir.
Do you understand that by entering a plea, you're giving up your right to a trial and all your trial rights that were enumerated in your plea agreement? You understand that you're giving up your right to a trial by jury, you're giving up your opportunity, your right
Yes,
to
sir. Yes, sir.
confront and cross-examine witnesses against you, call
Yes, sir.
witnesses on your own behalf, testify on your own behalf, or remain silent would be your option. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you understand you're waiving any potential defenses that you may have had?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Mr. Gibbs?
I don't have anything else.
Okay. And what is your plea, Ms. Griffin?
Guilty. Or no
I've
contest.
got nolo contendere on the phone.
No contest, my bad.
All right. No contest. I'll accept your no contest plea as freely, voluntarily, knowingly given. And count one, I'll adjudicate you guilty, which makes you a convicted felon. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 12.1 months in the Department of Corrections at state prison. It's requesting that it be a facility that provides intensive substance abuse treatment. So to the extent I can ask for that or order that, I'll do so.
Our experience, Judge, is that whenever that is ordered, generally DOC does try their best to sort of comply with that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I'll certainly, again, to the extent I can order them to do it, I would do that, but it typically is up to them if they can fit you in there or not. But hopefully that works out for you. That would be a great thing for you, I believe. Credit for time served, $100 cost of prosecution, court costs, $515? All right, $515. $150 PD fee. Those monies will go to collections due to the fact that you're serving a prison sentence. Count two, the state is announcing a null pros. I think they've already said that. Okay.
Yes.
Anything else from Ms. Griffin? I don't have the score sheet. Do you have it now? Okay.
I have no objection to it, Judge.
This goes right down here.
43.6 of this fall under the guidelines.
Okay. All right. Well, hold on a second. So the primary offense is listed as possession of a controlled substance, but I thought she only pled to the contraband.
Is it?
Looks like it's kind of whited out.
Did I write it out?
The primary offense, Judge, is the introduction of contraband.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so that's whited out because you can still kind of see it. So I'll just
Oh,
make
sorry.
sure it's crossed out. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so that gives her 22. All right, Ms. Griffin, step over to be fingerprinted. You have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence.
The only other person that I'm listed on, Judge, is Ms. Ashley Cornish. However, I'm simply standby counsel for her. If the court wants to take her now, great. If not, we can wait on her.
That's the only thing you have left?
She's right here, so we can take her now.
Okay.
I think we should wait, Your Honor, until the end.
It's still daylight outside. Come on, Ms. Cornish.
Hello, Your Honor. Ashley Cornish before you on 23 CF 294, 23 CF 26, and 22 3006.
I think I also have 22 CF 1879, 1803, and 1735.
Yes, sir.
All right. Cornish, I understand that Mr. Gibbs is appointed to your case, but simply for standby counsel. You're representing yourself virtually, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What are you prepared to do today? We're here for our pretrial conference.
Yes, sir. In light of recent events, I needed to have a sidebar with the state. If we could have a recess sometime before the end of court today, so that I could speak to the state and then be brought back out before you to hear my motions.
Okay. Well, have you filed any motions?
I have, yes, sir.
Okay. Well, are those set for hearing today?
I would assume so, since we go to trial on May the 2nd.
Okay, but you just filed these motions when? Looks
See.
like April 10th you filed a motion to dismiss.
If the clerk could confirm, I believe she's also set on the docket for Thursday, the 27th.
Yes.
The 26th, correct?
Or the
April 26th at 9 a.m. she set
Okay.
for
Yeah,
miscellaneous.
if I may help out, she did file several motions that were never set for a hearing. I was notified by defense counsel, Mr. Gibbs, that Ms. Cornish had issues with her own witnesses. I'm just going to request that all cases be set, just to track together for May 25th for a VOP evidentiary hearing with subpoenas.
I'm not comfortable extending it that far. Can we still perchance keep it on the 26th like we had it? And
what's supposed to be heard on the 26th?
yes,
What is supposed to be heard on?
the evidentiary hearing for the violation of probation.
I have that as a miscellaneous date. That's typically where motions are heard.
Yes, sir. Well, I would assume my motions would be heard prior to that. I did put in a motion to suppress on 23, 26. Hopefully that could be heard. Also, a motion on 23 CF 294, and I have a motion to suppress the addendum of the violation of probation on 22 1803, 22 1735, and 22 1879.
You're asking, I'm just looking here, your motion is to suppress the reports?
To suppress the addendum, not the original report.
Okay. But an addendum is not necessarily evidence, is it? I'm not quite sure what you're trying to...
It's the addendum to the violation of probation that she's trying to, but that doesn't work like that. And
Typically, ma'am, the motion to suppress is to suppress, things like physical evidence or documents or something like that that were obtained improperly by law enforcement.
I understand.
Okay, and I can't really give you much more than that. I can't give you any kind of advice, but
Okay.
I just want to make sure you understand what you're asking for.
I understand. Also, I have subpoenaed evidence from the probation office, GPS data. Now, this GPS data that was furnished to us, most of it is exactly what I needed, except for the days in question that it would have been my alibi to prove that I did not commit the crimes that have been alleged against me. However, that data has been skewed to where it's not able to
If I may interrupt.
definitively.
This is not the place for this argument. She's talking about discovery. I think she can file for a hearing and set it, and
I think if she's saying I don't have discovery, that has something to do with her pretrial, but are you
No.
saying that you've asked for things in discovery that you haven't received?
Yes, sir. And also to the fact that the discovery provided has been manipulated to the point where it cannot be used as I wish to use it as my alibi, that I did not commit the charges the allegations against me.
But you've been provided with the data, you just don't like what it says.
I've been provided with the GPS videos, but they are zoomed out too far, and so you cannot see where my exact location is, because in all the other videos, it was zoomed in, so where you could see property lines, you could see exactly the location of me, but instead it's zoomed out to where it's like a big canvas of of the
Okay.
maps instead of...
What you're going to have to do is
listening
set any motions you want for hearing, because this is a pretrial, and I understand what your concern is, but if they haven't sent you anything, or they haven't sent you things, you think you're missing something, you can file a motion to compel, but you've got standby counsel. I think you should probably talk to him about Mr. Gibbs has been in the criminal division for quite some time. You might want to talk to him about the proper methods of going about that, because I can't tell you that, and Judge Gunterick, who takes over this division next week, is not going to be able to tell you those things. You kind of have to do them on your own.
Yes, sir. Well, one other thing, I do have a motion to suppress hearsay testimony on case 23 CF 26. The witness statement in question would be...
Okay, have you set that for hearing? I mean, we can come up
I
with a
believe
hearing
that
date
that
that you
was-
can put them all, but you...
I was told that my motions would be heard now because we have trial set for May 2nd is whenever I was...
Who told you that?
Whenever I came before another judge, he said that the next round of trial dates was May 2nd, and I requested to be
Well, May
put
2nd
on
is a
that because I
Tuesday.
did not work.
That's not a trial date. The trial dates for this division are May 8th and 15th.
Okay, well, I would like my trial to be heard. I do not wish to continue it or to waive my right to a speedy.
Yeah, but if you haven't set these for hearing, we have to see if we can squeeze you in. But
Okay.
one of your motions that you filed was just, a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, sir. So it was before my last court date, so I had hoped that this would have
Your last
been
court date
when,
was March 30th, and on April 10th, you filed a motion to dismiss.
Yes, sir. So I was under the assumption that some of those could be heard today since it was pretrial dockets.
Pre-trials are just deciding what we're doing. Is there going to be a plea or a continuance or set for another date, or to talk about the motions that we need to have heard?
Yes,
But
sir.
you have to have a motion date, or sometimes referred to as a miscellaneous date, to have those heard. So I can
Since we're
ask the clerk what dates we have available, and you can see if those will work for you.
Since we're scheduled for the 26th on that miscellaneous date, can my motions please be heard on that date, please?
Are y'all going to be able to go
No,
forward
Your
on
Honor,
that
I'm not
quickly?
ready because I would need witnesses to subpoena. I don't have 2 days, is not enough.
Okay, what about that May 4th date?
But you've had the motions for...
Ma'am, you haven't set them for a hearing. You have to, put in a notice of hearing for this, and that's why I'm trying to get you to set these right now.
Yes, sir.
But you
Will
can't set
do.
them in 2 days and kind of ambush the state on not having their witnesses.
Well, when can we set them prior to the trial date of the 8th and the 15th of May?
Yeah, I need to just state something. I'm not understanding if she's ready for trial or not, because if she says she's ready for trial, then she doesn't need any additional discovery.
Yeah.
That's the rule.
Well,
So-
see, my discovery just recently at the jail was removed from my possession, so the evidentiary chain was broken. A lot of my
Okay, well, no,
depositions were...
your individual paperwork is not part of the evidentiary chain. That's just copies they gave you.
I understand, but the discovery was taken from my possession, so therefore, also depositions that I'd taken from my witnesses, the review of the GPS footage had been also removed from my possession. Now,
Who removed those from your possession?
one of the COs.
Why would they do that?
She said it did not have my name on it, so that I could not have it. And I wish to file an incident report with the sheriff's department,
You can
but
certainly file whatever you want to with the jail. That doesn't concern the court.
Right.
But here's the thing. Are you ready for trial if you don't have all these things?
Yes, sir, I am ready to proceed even without these things.
Okay.
I just was hoping to obtain them today or
It's
prior to
also,
that.
Ms. Cornish has also listed some witnesses, and she hasn't given me any address or any information to even contact them to depose them.
Okay. Are you going
I-
to provide contact
I
information?
provided the address that I was aware of. I provided phone numbers in the cases that I had phone numbers. I don't...
How do you expect to get these people here if you don't have good contact information for them?
The address was the contact information that I had. They contacted me through Securus.
So have you provided those things to the state? Was there a reciprocal discovery filed?
I honestly don't remember how I think she mentioned those witnesses last time we were in court, when she couldn't secure them. I'm not sure if she provided anything.
I mailed since then.
That's totally rejected. Yeah, I didn't even address it because, oh, I see. Well, I'll look at the back of the paper, Your Honor.
All right, what do we have available for May 4th as far as time on a motion docket? What is in the morning, isn't it? What kind of docket is it in the morning? Is it just miscellaneous?
I'm asking to continue all the cases to the 25th, and she wants to do the hearings on the 25th. We handle those, and then the VOP evidentiary.
No, it's for the violation of probation evidentiary hearing.
The state is not ready for trial at this cycle on any of them.
Well, Ms. Cornish, I guess my issues are, you're saying you're ready for trial, but you're filing new motions, and you're not even providing your witness information. Because you have to file that stuff with the court, too. You can't just write it on the back of a piece of paper that you mail
Yes,
to
sir,
them.
I have that.
When did you file your reciprocal discovery with your witnesses?
My witness list, it was filed April 10th.
On April 10th, I have a motion to dismiss, and I have a defendant request for information that's been filed.
Yes, that's where I was giving information that I had also with the witness list.
Oh, well, typically, your witness list would list people in with something called a reciprocal discovery, so that's part of the issue, is you titled it one thing, but the information inside the document is somewhat different. You also filed people's social security numbers in here, which, you have to make sure those are filed confidentially.
I understand, I just assumed that they would need it to issue the subpoena.
I understand, but when you do that, and again, this is one of the reasons it's good to have a lawyer, if you have to file a document that has confidential information, such as someone's date of birth, social security number, et cetera, you're supposed to file a notice of filing so it's protected. Because now anything that gets filed in the system, people can look at. So that has to be fixed.
So, do y'all have a date?
Well, I mean, to be honest, I tend to agree with Ms. Leone that, if you've already got, we can set up the VOP for May 25th and put all of your motions on it, give you a chance to have them all heard at once, then we can do it on that date.
My violation of probation is separate from most of
Well, I understand, but we can do multiple things in one day.
And that's not going to waive my right to a speedy trial?
She's on a violation of probation, Your Honor. She's a violent offender of special concern.
Has she previously continued the case?
Well, we just filed that information on the last case, last month, beginning of, I don't remember the dates, I don't have the file, for the grand theft of a motor vehicle. Then,
Motor vehicle, the warrant was served. Let me see.
Yeah, I'm showing back on the 30th of March. It was set for evidentiary and status on April 26th at 9 o'clock.
But the grand theft warrant.
What was set for an evidentiary? Was that the VOP?
the VOP.
That the
April
state
26th.
Continued.
Why can't we just put this on April 26th? That's when it was set already. As far as the VOP evidentiary.
I would we can set the hearings that do not require witnesses, we can set it for this 26th. The officers and the witnesses who showed up last time, they're not available, and that I need them for the VOP evidentiary.
What do you mean that showed up last time?
It was set previously, I think at the beginning of this month on 4/6.
It was scheduled for 3:30.
Why was it moved?
And that is the date where her witnesses did not show up, and I was made aware, I think, of the extra witnesses she had.
It was that your witness wasn't available to show up on the 30th, and I did not contest the continuance that you had requested as a show of good faith. We then scheduled the evidentiary hearing for the violation of probation on the 26th because that's when your witness was going to be able to be here.
All right, so from what I can tell, on March 9th, there was an evidentiary hearing set for March 30th at 2 p.m. with subpoenas, and that was on the VOPs with the others to track with it. Then you got there on the 30th, and the evidentiary was postponed to April 26th at 9 a.m. So why?
Maybe.
So it looks like the VOP evidentiary is on April 26th, 2 days from now. And that will be actually in front of Judge Gunterick, who's taking over this division. That's what we said.
I understand, Your Honor. I'm going to ask to continue the VOP.
Why?
Of the 26th, because the main officer of the arson, see, she violated the probation with committing a new law. One is the arson. The fire department investigator is not available, and it'll be available on May 25th.
Okay, but why is he not available?
He's out of the country. He's out of the country this time. I spoke with him last week.
Okay.
Sir, the arson is no part of the violation of probation. The violation of probation was for allegedly going off my GPS monitor for a UA test results and also for carrying a knife.
What day was the affidavit filed?
My violation of probation was already revoked at the time that the arson and subsequent charges were, I was arrested for and the warrants came in. So those do not have any relevance to my violation of probation because my probation was
Well, I need to
revoked.
see that. I need to see what the VOP affidavit says.
We can, I'm so sorry, I was conferring with probation. We can do the evidentiary on the 26th.
All right. So we'll leave it for the 26th. That's 2 days from now.
Yes, sir.
That's 9 a.m. It's the evidentiary on your violation of probation. That'll go forward on whatever current affidavit is out there. I haven't seen it yet. That'll also be, I believe Judge Gunterick is handling this division that day, which is good because he's handling the division going forward, starting next week. So he'll be there and he can help you all kind of navigate through the rest of this. I suggest that everyone take a look at, what needs to be set from here at this point. But ma'am, you have to set things for hearing. You can't just file them and show up at, some random court date and ask for it to be heard. So everyone has a chance to be ready for it, just for the same reason the state can't do that to you without noticing it for hearing.
And to make clear, Your Honor, we're not hearing then the motions that she filed. It's just for the VOP evidentiary, right?
I'll just put the VOP evidentiary, that's what's already there, but then you can talk to Judge Gunterick and get on his calendar for anything else that needs to be filed.
Okay, so
Or
I'm scheduled
heard.
for my motions to be heard now, the other motions.
I'll have you do that with Judge Gunterick in 2 days, since it's his division going forward.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I know I may catch a lot of glares for asking this, but considering that concludes all of my business, may I be excused?
Yes, Mr. Gibbs.
I'm going to make him run pick up pizza for everybody.
Actually, I don't mind. I mean,
I've got an idea.
Is it an I buy you fly situation? So that's your credit card that's going in there, Mr.
Honestly, at this point, let my blood sugar get low enough and hey, we may be there.
All right.
We're still probably at the front door.
This guy, you already called on yours. Judge, in the interest of having things go quicker, would you be set for day or continue? If it says set for docket day, a couple of them we need to pass out anyway.
Okay. All right, so these are all your inmates?
Yes, sir. I've got a few that can be pleased.
All right, so do we want to just get the ones that you want to set for docket day, get them out here first?
We can do it that way.
However you would think it'll get done for, just, I'm not sure what your colleagues have and what else is being called or what's being done, but just call them as the way we think we can get through and everybody out of here on.
Well, that's what I was hoping to accomplish. I think the theory is all the ones without having to bring them out.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying now. But the ones that you just want for docket day?
No, Judge. If that one, my handwriting's really bad. It's
Okay.
a weird name, so I put the case number.
Okay.
Make it easier.
Okay.
Check out the soaps, bath bombs, and other bath and body products, all made by hand with natural ingredients at Hub City Soapery. Visit us at 1092 North Verdon Boulevard in Crestview or shop online at hubcitysoapery.com. Hub City Soapery.
From Tom's Main Street Ice Cream, inviting you to come down and get yourself a banana split, shakes, malts, and we're only a block south of the courthouse. And we have too many flavors to even start mentioning. So come on down and take a look.
You ready?
Mr. Voorhees, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cases on the docket. All right. All right, Mr. Peach, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Can you state your full name for the record, please?
It's William Page IV, sir.
All right. And you're here in 22 CF 2897, 3095, 23 CF 7381, and 267. Each of them are for a count of felony petty theft. Each are third-degree felonies, and each are punished by up to 5 years in prison and a $5,000 fine. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you go over this plea and sentencing agreement with your lawyer, Ms. Rivers?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is that what you want to do here today?
Yes, I just had a quick question real fast.
How long do you think it'll be before we go? Ms. Rivers, are we ready to proceed?
Don't know. So that'd be 4 months from the last charge, plus your credit. Your Honor, the commonly asked question about when the time you get credit, That's what we were discussing.
Whether it's concurrent but not coterminous?
Yes, that's correct.
Had those arguments before.
So it's going to be 4 months, but then you get the 5 days credit per month.
Right.
So that's going to be 20 days. So it'll be 3 months, 10 days from the date of your last arrest, your last first appearance.
Yes, ma'am.
January 30th. So you paid it to me?
Yeah.
10 days?
Okay, yes, ma'am, thank
I
you.
mean, the jail credit.
I totally understand. Okay, all right, thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, I just wanted to get that clarified. Thank you. I'm ready to proceed.
All right.
We're good.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. You ready, Mr. Pidge?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm
Am I
ready.
saying that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I had a lot of problems in elementary school.
Well, I understand. I just want to make sure I'm saying it right.
Yes, sir.
Your attorney announced it earlier, but I wanted to make sure I was still getting it right.
Yes, sir.
All right. So you want to go forward with that?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. Are you currently under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, controlled substances, or prescription medications?
No, Your Honor.
Any mental health issues or concerns that would impair you from making this decision today?
No, Your Honor.
Have you had enough time to speak with Ms. Rivers?
Yes.
All right. Has she answered all your questions?
Yes, absolutely.
And are you satisfied with her advice and representation?
Totally, yes.
All right. Has anyone forced, pressure, or threatened you in any way to enter this plea?
No, sir.
And has anyone promised you anything in return for this plea other than what's in the plea agreement?
No, sir,
All
absolutely
right.
not.
And you've reviewed the plea agreement with Ms. Rivers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's still what you want to do today?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
absolutely.
And do you understand that by entering a plea, you're giving up your right to a trial and all your accompanying trial rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you gone over those rights with Ms. Rivers?
Yes.
Okay. And do you understand those?
Yes, I
Do
do.
you understand that you're waiving them?
Yes, sir.
Any questions about those? Or is
No,
there
sir.
Okay.
No questions.
And do you understand that you're waiving any potential defenses that you had in these cases?
Yes, sir.
And the
I'm
state's
aware.
not going to have to prove these at trial beyond all reasonable doubt? Okay. And what is your plea?
Guilty.
Okay. I've got you down as nolo contendere.
No contest.
Is that what you wanted to plead? That's what's in the form? Okay. All right, I'll accept your no contest plea as freely voluntary and knowingly given. The plea and sentencing agreement calls for 120 days in the Okaloosa County Jail, just to make sure that it's clear, because I know it was discussed. You'll get credit for all time served, but you get you have to have 4 months or 128 days in each case. They can run concurrent, but they're not coterminous, which means credit that you got on case number 1 doesn't give it to you on number 5 because you weren't in jail on that case at the time, right? You understand that?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. You'll also have 4 years of probation. All cases will be concurrent. You're going to have to complete the Keaton program, and then it's listed as bars to bed. Do you understand what that means?
Yes, I do.
That means you won't go to Keaton until you can go straight from the jail. There won't be, no stops, no pass and go.
Yes, Your
No
Honor.
collecting $200 on the way to Pensacola. All right. After you're released from Keaton, you'll attend AA and NA once a week for 1 year. I'm going to waive the cost of supervision, no alcohol or drugs without a prescription. Do not return to the Dollar General, Cefco, or Pick and Save. Are those just the ones in Crestview here, or is that
Yes, it's
global?
Crestview.
I'd rather than be all of them. I don't think we listed a specific address, so. no
Okay, so
alternatives.
all Dollar General, Cefcos, and Pick and Saves.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
I won't return at all.
Okay, court costs are for $415 for each case, so that's times 5. Cost of prosecution's $100 per case, so times 5. $100 PD fee times 5. You can do community service for purposes of your court costs.
Okay, thank
$50 PD application, that's just one time. Restitution in 23 CF 267, $9.50 to Dollar General. In 23 CF 73, $30 to Dollar General. In 23 CF 81, $30 to Pick and Save. In 22 CF 3095, $7 to Cefco. And it looks like the fifth one didn't have a restitution. Does that sound right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Anything that I've missed as to Mr. Pidge? All right. I'm going to ask you to step over, be fingerprinted. You have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And
Okay.
you're also going to talk to probation as well.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Good luck.
Oh, and as far as the score sheet, I've already looked at that, but I did not sign it. That is a guideline sentence.
Mr. Westbrook? Mr. Westbrook? Yeah, we can do a quick.
How many years probation was that, Judge?
4 years, sir. All right, who do we have present?
And Your Honor, this is Tyler O'Quinn. We are here, is it O'Quinn? O'Quinn?
I've heard.
Which one is he?
It's O'Quinn.
O'Quinn. Tyler O'Quinn, Your Honor. And here, he is here before the court on 21 CF, I think it's 1972, and 22 CF 523. Your Honor, I have filed motions to dismiss on both cases, certain counts, and we had the hearing set for Wednesday. The state has indicated to me that they will not be here on Wednesday and asked if we could put it on Thursday, so if you could order it to be held on Thursday.
Okay, Thursday at what time?
Whatever time is available with the court. I think we just have a morning docket, but we appreciate that, Ms. Rivers, Mr. O'Quinn. Thank you.
Okay. What do we have on Thursday? Are these the motions to dismiss we're hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
How long do you think y'all will need?
Case law bound, so I would say
They would agree, Your Honor.
9
Yes,
a.m.
I do.
All right. So it's April 27th, Thursday at 9 a.m.
we don't have a big docket that day, so it should be quick. Okay.
It'll be Judge Rimmer, I believe, that day. Thank you, Mr. O'Quinn.
Westbrook,
Westbrook.
Elijah? Or do you want Miss Satterfield? Miss Satterfield's fine. Yes, I forgot about Schroeder. Yes.
All right.
Long day.
So this is Satterfield?
Yes. All right, Miss Satterfield.
Miss Satterfield.
Your Honor, Miss Satterfield is asking for a continuance.
Okay. All right. June 26th at 1:30, Miss Satterfield. I'll be in front of Judge Gonterick.
I'll come back out.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
This is... Barney, who's this?
He's got two.
No, remember I didn't have any. Given one. Yeah, because of that other thing.
Yeah. Your Honor, if we could put this on for the 27th.
Okay.
This is Luke Truder. This is Ms. Basso's case.
The 27th?
That's the day you're going to be here, right?
Yes, ma'am. I will make sure we have him available.
Okay.
I
All
will
right.
come
And
out.
what's being done that day? Is it a motion to dismiss as well?
No, Your Honor, this is going to be a plea. He had been undecided about what he wanted to do, and now that he's decided, I want to go over everything with him in detail.
Understandable. All right. We'll bring you back in a couple of days on Thursday, April 27th at 9 a.m. in front of, I believe that's going to be Judge Rimmer.
And I'll come out tomorrow and we'll go over it.
All right, thank you.
Okay?
God bless. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, too, sir. God bless.
I'm sorry? How about Mr. Elijah Westbrook? Y'all not have him on for today? Did I
I've
just
got him.
bring him?
Elijah Westbrooks?
Yeah. So that case Jennifer Flowers was appointed to, we filed a motion for conflict, or maybe it's still pending in the queue on that issue. Yeah. So are you ready? All right, so I'm just going to take it and submit it to the judge.
You can sign it.
Ready?
No, that's great.
All right. You sure? You ready? May I approach?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Westbrooks?
Sir.
Okay, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're here in 22 CF 2012 and 2738. 2012 is a violation of probation, and 22 CF 2738 is a count of dealing in stolen property by trafficking, which is a second-degree felony and punishable up to 15 years in state prison. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm looking at, this is the admission. Basically, they're asking for 6 months in county jail. Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that what you want to do here today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Are you currently under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, controlled substances, or prescription medications that could impair your ability to make the decision here today?
No, sir.
Do you have any mental health issues or concerns that would impair your ability to make such a decision?
No, sir.
All right. And have you had enough time to speak with Ms. Rivers about this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And has she answered all your questions?
Yes, sir.
And are you satisfied with her advice and representation?
Yes, sir.
Has anyone forced, pressured, or threatened you in any way to enter this plea?
No, sir.
Anyone promised you anything in return for this plea?
No, sir.
And do you understand that by entering a plea to the new charge, you're giving up your right to a jury trial where the state would have to prove beyond all reasonable doubt that you committed that dealing in stolen property?
Yes, sir.
And on the violation of probation, you're giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing where the state would have to prove by a preponderance of the evidence that you violated their probation in the way that they've alleged.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're giving up all your trial rights as part of the new case too. Did you read those and go over those with Ms. Rivers?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand that you're giving up your right to confront and cross-examine witnesses, call witnesses on your own behalf, testify on your own behalf, all those things?
Yes, sir.
All right. You have any questions about that?
No, sir.
All right. And do you understand you're waiving any potential defenses that you may have had? All right. And what is your plea?
Let's know if you plead no contest or guilty.
No contest.
All right. I'm going to accept your no contest plea as freely, voluntarily, knowingly given. In 22 CF 2012, adjudicate you guilty, revoke probation, be sentenced to 6 months in Okaloosa County Jail with credit for any time served. Cost of prosecution be $100, $150 in public defender fee. And the new case, 22 CF 2738, adjudicate you guilty on that as well. 6 months Okaloosa County Jail with credit for time served, $415 in court costs, $100 cost of prosecution, $100 PD fee. This is youthful offender? Okay. Is that an agreement with the state as well? Okay. All right, so you'll be sentenced as a youthful offender. Do you understand what that means, sir? Okay, it's because you're young, but the main thing is you can't get any more than a combination of 6 years of incarceration and supervision. However, if you violate your probation by committing a new law violation, misdemeanor or felony, you can be revoked from youthful offender. Then you're looking at potentially the normal maximum, which in the dealing in stolen property would be the 15 years that I talked about earlier. Do you understand how that works?
Yes, sir.
Has Ms. Rivers explained that to you?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you have any further questions on the youthful offender part?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty, as I think I've already stated. And I just need him for fingerprints. And Mr. Westbrooks, you have 30 days to appeal.
Yes, sir.
Anything I've missed? All right. And I reviewed the score sheet. This is a downward departure based on the youthful offender designation.
Yes, Your Honor. It's a good thing.
Collie with a C? C-O-L-L-Y.
Judge Charles Russell, Public Defender's Office. Mr. Colley is mine. It's on page 104 of your docket. His case numbers are 19 CF 2948 and 21 CF 2367. Both cases we're asking for continuance. We have depositions scheduled end of May and later in both cases. And then in 19 CF 2948, I actually have a show cause hearing that's set for Thursday that I need to cancel because we were not able to get service of the order to show cause on that witness. So we're waiting for the state to provide us with a more recent address.
All right, Ms. Leone, is this your case?
Yes, yes, it is. One of them, I'm okay with the continuance.
Okay, for both cases?
I spoke to Mr. Alderman, who was on the murder case.
Oh, he said it's fine. I'm so sorry, it's late. He sent that email. I apologize, Your Honor. We agree. The state agrees on both cases.
Okay. All right, Mr. Colley, do you have any objection to the continuance based on what your attorneys talked about?
I'm just trying to find out what's taking so long with these depositions.
Well, I think part of the issue is getting all the witnesses there.
Correct. Some of the law enforcement have left OCSO, and so the state had to locate them, and that's part of the problem. And then we've got some civilian witnesses that we're trying to do the show cause that keeps moving around. And
One of them civilian witnesses I've heard that's not in Florida.
All right. June 26, 1:30.
And Madam Clerk, that does cancel the 427 hearing? Okay.
Okay.
So what day is it?
June 26, about 2 months.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Colley. Thank you.
And Judge, before we go any further on mine, can I go back to Christina Beeman? Christina with a K, Beeman, B-E-A-M-A-N. Case number is 21 CF 1526. That is Casey Etheridge with the Public Defender's Office case. She asked me to cover. She filed a waiver of appearance. She also informed me that she was working with the state to trying to work the case out, and that she asked me to continue the case to June 26 right now. If they work out something before that time, she will get with the state and they'll move the date up.
Ms.
This is Ms. Sandler's case, and she does indicate that there's no objection to continue one cycle. They are working on something.
All right, sounds good. June 26th at 1:30 for Ms. Beeman.
Daniel Kilburn, Marnie. This is Daniel Kilburn, Judge. Case numbers are 17 CF 3565 and 21 CF 452. There's a DCF worker, Judge, that we had recently had a motion to compel hearing on, and we think we've worked that issue out. We wanted her to bring her file. We've got to reschedule that deposition with the state, so we're asking for a continuance of both to the June 26th at 1:30.
That's without objection, Your Honor. We're working on getting that depot taken care of, and that hopefully will take care of everything.
All right, Mr. Kilburn, do you have any objection to that?
No, sir.
All right, we'll put you on June 26th at 1:30.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
See you later. McKelton Lett.
Say again, I'm sorry, Mr. Ross.
Lett, L-E-T-T.
I've got it. 21
That's him.
CF 1977.
Yes, sir. Judges, this is Mr. Lett. As the court stated, case number is 21 CF 1977. State recently, and when I say recently, it's been in the past few months, added some witnesses that we're trying to schedule for deposition. Mr. Lett represented himself for one cycle, and then he got me back, and so that's why we need to take those depots.
Okay.
So June 26th is what we're asking for.
Ms.
That's
Passos.
without objection, Your Honor, and as soon as you get me some dates, we'll get them set up, sir.
Okay, Mr.
It might
Lett, do
already
you
be
have
on
any
the books.
objection to that continuance so they can get the deposition set? All right, June 26, 1:30.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And then my last one, Judge, is going to be David Weisar, W-E-I-S-Z-H-A-A-R. Case numbers are 21 CF 1739 and 1740. Security informs me that they had to take him back to the jail. Apparently his blood sugar was dropping, so they went ahead and sent him back. My intention was to set both cases for trial. He has filed a fourth request for Nelson hearing that I have set for Thursday for hearing, but he raises a lot of the same issues that he's raised in the other three Nelson hearings. But I don't anticipate it's going to be a problem, but we'll have to see what happens Thursday.
So we're going to leave it set for trial, though?
That's what I would like to do.
I'm sorry, what was the last thing?
This
you
is
said?
Weisar.
We're going to set it for the 27th for the Nelson hearing, and then what?
I was going to set him for trial, but
Okay.
also deal with the Nelson hearing Thursday.
Okay, and then
Okay.
we'll sort out the trials.
Do we need to come back May 1st or no?
Yes, sir.
Well, we can
We'll do the
decide
27th
Thursday.
and then.
Yeah,
Okay.
see what happens Thursday.
All right, 4/27 at 9 o'clock for Mr. Weisar.
Or did we set him at 2, Madam Clerk? David Weisar, did
Oh,
we?
you're right, he is set at 2 o'clock. I see
Because it was
that now.
contested?
April 27th, 2 o'clock.
Correct, thank you, Judge. That's all my cases, Judge.
Okay, so who do we have left?
You want to do Mr. Williams or the no attorney? Because I can do those two.
Mr. Williams, do you need more time, or can we start the no attorney people?
Do you want to go, or do you want to do the no attorney?
I'm ready to go.
Okay.
In fact, there's one in particular.
Who do we have?
Well, let's try to do Mr. Morris and then Mr. Mobley after this. I think it'll minimize the...
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. Chadwick? Alan Mobley is the one who I'm talking about. All right, Judge, this is Chadwick Harrison. He's got 3 cases, 21 CF 1024, 21 CF 2567, and 19 CF 914. Judge, I'd like to set him for Monday docket day. I've got one more video I need to review, and then I'll go out and go over with him what his options are.
So is it, I'm sorry to clarify, plea or
Asking for
continue?
docket day.
I understand, but to
What
plea
happens?
or also trial?
Plea trial?
Well, some of the cases are pretty old, so we can either do it plea or continuance, and you and I talk about it some more afterwards, or we can do it plea or trial, because one of them is a 19 case number.
Yeah.
The other one's a 20 case number. I'm sure Mr. Harrison wants to try to get things moving.
Let's
I
see.
had originally thought about continuing it until I saw how old the 19 case was.
Let's set it, Your Honor, for plea or trial. Yes.
I agree.
and then-
Plea or trial, May 1st, 9 o'clock, Mr. Harrison. You'll be in touch. I'm sure Mr. Williams will come see you before then.
Yeah, I'm going to be out to see you before then, probably over the weekend.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, this is Alan Mobley. Mr. Mobley picked up another case. I've spoken with the prosecutor. The other case is set on the June docket already. She's going to do up a global offer to cover both of them, and I'll go out and see Mr. Mobley again to go over both of them. I don't even know that I've got a file open on the new, at least I don't have one with me today on the new case. I want to say you were arrested like April 10th. 7th.
Something like that.
And that case is set for what date already?
I think it's on for the June date. It's not on for today's. I'm not sure. Has he been arraigned on it yet? I think somebody else arraigned him, not me.
April 25th, what they told me.
I
Or
don't
May
think he's been
25th.
arraigned yet.
He's May 25th for felony plea date.
Okay.
And then, but he's already set for the pretrial conference for June 26th.
All right, what he's calling a felony plea day is what I'm referring to when I say arraignment. So you haven't been arraigned on it yet. And so you're going to be on the June date for that anyway. So we'll just be able to resolve both of your cases at the same time.
Yeah, June 26th at 1. Well, he's set for 9 o'clock now. Do we want to put him at 1:30 since we've been moving? your
Right,
cases
since
to
we've
that?
been, if that's how we're going to do the,
Okay.
all of the cases.
So if we could
and not just the
Move
jail
the
cases.
23 CF 821 to 1:30. It's already set for 9, and then this case will go at that 1:30 time as well. All right, thank you, Mr. Mobley. I don't see him. No, Norris?
It's Ronald Norris, Judge.
I've got it. I kept thinking Morris, so I just want to make sure I've got it.
All right.
All right,
Mr.
what do we do
Norris,
with
we
Mr.
did
Norris?
take your niece's deposition, but the kid didn't show up?
Actually, she's still my wife, but yeah, I understand.
Well,
I ain't arguing
estranged,
it
how
out.
about? So, Judge, we're going to continue this case until the 26th.
Right, State, Smith Sandler's case, who's covering that?
Sorry, I didn't hear what he said.
I discussed it with her after the deposition, Judge, and we both agreed to continue it.
That is correct, Your Honor. I'm covering that for her, and that's what she indicated.
June 26th at 1:30.
Thank you, Judge.